and here we go. We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Traveling up. Flighting downside FD off. Bring in FD off. It's orange! Orange 25! Oh my god! Oh my god! Decollage! Look at this! Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
The methane will be igniting the flare, correct?
Yikes. You dead? Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to NSF's live coverage of the launch of the SpaceX and NASA Crew-10 mission to the International Space Station. My name is Hagen Warren. I'm an editor here at NSF, and I'm excited to be your host for today's live stream as we watch humans launch to space. It's always a good day when humans launch to space. Joining me here in the studio is Mr. Alejandro Alcantarilla Romero. Alex, how are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic. I couldn't agree more with you. It's always a perfect day to launch people into space, and hopefully, we get that in less than 4 hours from now.
Yeah, and I mean, as you can see from the shot right here, it looks like a beautiful day out in Florida. Of course, out in Florida, we have our usual crew of NSFers out in Florida. Joining us here on comms is Mr. Sawyer Rosenstein. Sawyer, how are you doing?
I am doing fantastic. It's a little bit breezy, but other than that, there is not a single cloud in the sky. And we are set for a stunning launch tonight, given the launch time, the launch vehicle, and hey, every launch is stunning, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, especially like you said, that launch time. Maybe we'll get a little bit of a sunset jellyfish effect later
Oh,
today.
I think we will.
Yeah, I'm really excited. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a little bit. Also joining Sawyer out in the field is Miss Julia Bergeron. Julia, how are you doing today?
I am doing fabulous. It is, as we would like to say, one of those postcard days here in sunny Space Coast, Florida. So I am looking at a dragon on the pad, and crew's about to get ready to go, and I'm excited.
Awesome. Also out there in Florida is Max Evans. He's not on comms with us today, but he's going to be doing his usual thing of taking some awesome photos and giving us some cool views. But yeah, and then of course in the background we have Mr. Kevin Michael Reed and Jake Keegan pushing the buttons, pulling the levers, making sure everything is working. Cool. Crew-10. Like I said, crew mission going to the ISS. Really cool. Alex, do you want to give us the rundown first on, the launch day, launch times, rocket, capsule, just the full rundown on what to expect?
Yeah, so today, SpaceX is going to launch the Crew-10 mission to the International Space Station, carrying 4 astronauts, another crew rotation mission to the ISS. On board are Anne McClain, the mission commander. Mission pilot will be Nichole Ayers, mission specialist Takuya Onishi, and mission specialist Kirill Peskov. So these 4 astronauts are going to join the Expedition 72 crew on board the ISS. And one of the interesting things about this mission is that, they have all of these capsules around, right? So they had to choose this endurance capsule, C210, flying for a 4th time on this mission. And coincidentally, this capsule that is flying on today's mission, the last time that it sort of came back from space was literally a year ago, March 12th of 2024. So it's quite a nice coincidence that it's doing a 1-year turnaround, I guess, from splashdown to a launch. We also have another flight-proven booster as well, second launch for B1090 as well. And these 4 crew members are going to be spending about 4 months on the ISS. It's a bit of a shorter expedition that they're going to be spending. Usually it's 6 months, but they want to shift a little bit the expeditions and have the next one coming up with Crew-11 in the July timeframe. So it's going to be a bit of a shorter time frame there for these crew members. But hey, that's what usually happens on the ISS, right? Sometimes you want to shift things here and there with the timelines. And so that's essentially the Crew-10 mission, 4 crew members going up to the ISS, getting that crew rotation into the schedule, and sort of relieving also the Crew-9 crew as well, as they're going to be coming back in about a few days from now once they hand over that control of the station.
Cool, yeah, and we'll talk a little bit more about Dragon and Falcon and the specific crew members and stuff as we go through the stream tonight. We're going to be here for about 4 hours, so we're not sure on time to talk about anything. As usual, if you have any questions for us in chat, make sure you tag us with @NASA Spaceflight in chat, followed by your question. That'll pop it into this nice panel we have, and hopefully we can get your question on stream and talk about this awesome mission. As Alex mentioned, 4 crew members launching to the ISS today. As you can see on screen, you can see them getting suited up there. There's one of the JAXA astronauts joining today's mission. Let's talk about those astronauts. As Alex mentioned, today's commander for Crew-10 is NASA astronaut Anne McClain. She's from Spokane, Washington, and she served as a colonel in the U.S. Army from 2002 to 2013. In 2013, Anne was selected as a NASA astronaut for the 21st Astronaut Group. Crew-10 will be Anne's second flight to space. Many of you might remember that she was on station during the Demo 1 mission that launched with the Little Earth plushie and Ripley, the mannequin astronaut that was in that Dragon capsule. This will be her second flight to space. In total, she has spent 203 days, 15 hours, and 16 minutes in space as part of Expedition 58 and 59. So, quite the experienced astronaut, worthy of that title of commander. Joining her, sitting beside her to the left of her in the capsule today will be NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers. She's going to be serving as Crew-10's pilot. She's from Colorado, and this will actually be her first flight to space. She was assigned to Crew-10 in August 2024 as part of NASA's astronaut group 23. She's actually going to be the first astronaut from that group to fly to space. So super exciting stuff there. Now,
we
also
could
joining
see that,
them,
in fact, here in these views.
I
Quite a
believe that's
coincidence
Anne.
in the time.
Yep. That's our commander right there. It's really cool how we get these shots of them suiting up. Reminds me of the shuttle days. I love seeing that. And now, as opposed to Crew-9, as we know, that launched with just the 2 astronauts, a full 4 astronauts are launching on Dragon today to the ISS. And joining Anne and Nichole are 2 mission specialists from Japan and Russia. The first of those mission specialists is JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi. He was born in Narima, Japan, and earned an aeronautical and space engineering degree from the University of Tokyo. He was selected as an astronaut by JAXA and NASA in 2009, and this will actually be his second flight, just like Anne. He flew to the ISS for the first time in 2016 aboard the Soyuz MS-01 mission, and served a long-duration mission on the station during Expedition 48 and 49. The final mission specialist on board today's mission is Roscosmos cosmonaut Kirill Peskov. He was born in Kyzyl, Russia, and graduated from the Ulyanovsk Higher Civil Aviation School as an engineer. He was selected as an astronaut in August 2018 as part of Roscosmos' 17th cosmonaut group, and today will mark his first flight to space. So, quite the awesome crew here today. As you can see there's Takuya and Kirill right there, getting ready, suited up in that ONC building. So, Alex, what do you want to walk us a bit through the timeline today and what to expect as we go through these next 4 hours? Because it's going to start to get busy here in a little bit.
Yeah, some people might be wondering, why are we going live 4 hours before the launch happens? And well, as you've seen those in those views before, the crew are suiting up. They're having all of those leak checks and everything, making sure that their suits are good for flight today. And so that's one of the first steps. The next step will be essentially going from the ONC building, operations and checkout building at the Kennedy Space Center out to the launch site. So that's going to happen in about an hour from now or so. That's usually the timeline. And then they're going to get into the capsule out there at Launch Complex 39A on board Endurance. They're going to be, being strapped down on their seats and everything. They're going to be able to, up there on the tower, have to have a final phone check with a family, friends, and everything, right? And then board Endurance and be able to strap themselves down for launch. One of the last few things, so as they get into the capsule, they have all of these checks, again, leak checks on the suits. Then they close the hatch to the capsule. They have leak checks on the capsule, and all of those capsule related events there with the ground crews and everything. That's gonna wrap up around the T-minus 2 hour mark. Although they have a bit of a buffer time up until even T-minus 90 minutes, so that they can troubleshoot any issues. Sometimes we've seen them taking that little bit of extra time in the past, and it's been fine. Then around T-minus 1 hour, they're going to start at, Mission Control Houston, Mission Control Hawthorne. They're going to be doing all of those final checkouts, those final pulls for propellant load and launch. And so they're going to be stepping into the more active parts of the countdown there. And then we're going to have fueling. We're going to have all of the usual stuff that you see with any other Falcon 9 mission. And then hopefully in 3 hours and 49 minutes, a launch of Falcon 9 with Dragon Endurance.
Core on countdown. Lyo seals removed and installation complete. On schedule.
Okay, sorry, it was... Oh,
Ooh, we have comms.
it's exciting. I believe they were saying everything looks good and on time there, if I'm not mistaken. Cool. Good to see. And now, of course, today's mission, flying out of Florida, normally Florida weather can be pretty dodgy. But as you heard Sawyer mention earlier, weather looks great. There's a greater than 95% chance of good weather at launch. That's great to hear. Sawyer, do you want to tell us a little bit of what the weather's like out at the Cape today? I know it's been windy the last few days. Hopefully it's not that windy out there right now.
Yeah, windy, and it got really cool in the night. But for right now, it is absolutely gorgeous. The temperatures are reasonably comfortable. It is very sunny. There is not a single cloud in the sky. And as you mentioned, greater than 95% chance of good weather. The only concern that they have is ascent abort corridor weather, which basically means if something were to go wrong and they had to abort and eject the capsule off of the rocket, there are slight concerns about the winds along the northeastern part of the United States, which is where that would happen. So that's the only watch item, really. But here at the Cape, I mean, weather is beyond perfect.
That's great to hear. So yeah, everything looking like we're on track for a beautiful launch. There you can see Dragon and Falcon on the pad out there. So yeah, as Alex mentioned, crew is currently getting suited up at the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building. That's located a few miles south of the of Launch Complex 39A, where Falcon and Dragon are going to be flying from today. And actually, we do have a question here in chat about how do they get to the pad. Keith here asking, how do they transport the astronauts to the capsule from that ONC building, Alex?
Yeah, so they take their Tesla cars, right, out there to the launch site. They have special accommodations on the back of the Teslas so that they can sit down, and then they have like circulation fans and everything that is built into the back of those cars. So that, it's usually 15 to 20-minute drive. It's not really that close as it seems on the map. Florida is very big. And if you've ever been there at the Space Coast, things can seem very close to each other because you can see them. It's very flat, right? You can see all of those big buildings, but it takes a while. And so they're going to take their Tesla cars. One of the traditions that usually happens on these crew missions, which is one of the things that I'm really hoping to see today, is those Tesla cars usually have the custom license plates for each mission, so to speak, right? And so usually they have some kind of fun name on their plates, some kind of reference to the mission or something. So I'm really looking forward to what else they're going to be putting on those license plates for today's mission.
Yeah, and to what you said about it looking a lot smaller than it is, having driven down Kennedy Parkway right there, the drive up to the VAV, it is definitely a lot longer than you think it is. I'm sure Sawyer and Julia could attest to that. It's quite a drive. It's pretty
I
big.
did that drive to get to the press site today. It is a couple of miles at least. It's down roads that once you are credentialed or go with a visitor bus, I mean, these are the same roads the visitor buses are driving down, which is kind of cool, but it's a bit of a ride. They've obviously got their souped up Teslas to take them there, while they already have their onboard air conditioning packs and climate control before rolling out to the pad. Hopefully, we'll get to see them do the classic lean back, which goes all the way back to Alan Shepard's first launch at the base of the rocket, where they all lean backwards and look up at their spacecraft one last time before heading up the fixed service structure.
Yeah, I love all these crew traditions. I love that that's something that they've really carried on from shuttle and stuff. So yeah, um, cool. Now we're looking at them in the O&C building, that Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building here, as you can see. And adding, I believe that's Anne, yeah, adding the mission patch for Crew-10 right there to her suit up seat. Now we see them in their spacesuits here and getting ready. Alex, we have a question here asking, do they reuse these spacesuits that they're wearing? Because obviously they've got to make them, they've got to tailor them and stuff. Are they ever reused?
Oh.
From what we know, they do seem to be reusing those, but for training. And then when you actually are assigned to a mission, then you get your own suit. That's at least what we've seen from past missions. And certain other missions, like, you know, because they have so many crew missions lately, right? They probably have a good amount of these stored already. So some other astronauts can choose to keep their astronaut suit. But back in the day, I remember, Jared Isaacman, after Inspiration 4, he said something along the lines of like, I couldn't keep my suit, and then now it's actually out there. I think it is at the Kennedy Space Center, actually.
The Gateway exhibit, yes.
At the Gateway exhibit, yeah. So of course, as they fly more and more people, they have more of these stored. But things like, for training, for example, if it's a suit that it's, for something like a small size suit, and somebody that can use that, then they reuse that kind of thing, because instead of making the suit already from the get-go for them, they prefer to do that closer to the launch and actually with a flight suit. So these flight suits are for them, like, custom made. They are just for right now, but when they were training, they were probably using somebody else's suit from a previous mission.
Yeah, it's pretty sleek looking suits too, compared to the big and bulky orange pressure suits that we always used to see the shuttle astronauts wear, which I do have a soft spot in my heart for, as I'm sure many other people here do. Now,
Cases, yes. And also, if I can
yes.
just add really quick
Oh yeah,
to add to the personalization, one of the things that SpaceX does is any of these parts that are designed specifically for a certain astronaut, they get serial numbers for each part. The serial number contains their name. So that way, as the people are working on suits, as they're working on seat liners, things like that, they know that there is a person that they're working on this for, and to remember that as they work. So the suit number, serial numbers
That's so
actually has
cool.
their name.
yeah, that's cool. Now, of course, this is a crew rotation mission as part of the commercial crew program. Like this is the 10th, actually, this is the 10th mission now. I cannot believe we're already on our 10th mission. And that, of course, means that we're going to be swapping crews here. We have a $50 super chat here. Thank you for your support. Asking who all is coming back with Butch and Sunny. That, of course, is NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunisa Williams that are currently up on the space station, who have been serving an extended stay following some issues with Starliner. Sawyer, do you want to talk a little bit about what's going to be happening in the next few days and weeks as we transfer crews up on the station?
Absolutely, yes. So, as you may remember, Crew-9, which launched about 6 months ago, was supposed to launch with 4 astronauts. However, to make room for Butch and Sunny's return on this, after this mission launches, they launched with only 2 people, and that was NASA astronaut Nick Hague and cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. So what they will do is the crew here that is launching today will dock to the ISS, and then they will spend a couple of days once they're docked basically getting acclimated, doing a handover, discussing with the astronauts that are up there what experiments they're working on, any other procedures that they need to know about, things like that. And that's when they will then give the go ahead for Nick, Alexander, and then Butch and Sunny to hop on board the other Crew Dragon Freedom, and return back down.
Great, and that's also and Crew-9 is also not going to be the only mission that's going to be returning home from the ISS. I believe I'm trying to remember what exact mission it was. With Don Petit. For some reason, I'm blanking on the Soyuz, but that Soyuz mission is also going to be coming home with 2 Roscosmos cosmonauts as well. But before they come home,
Core countdown, suit downing, and checkouts complete, on schedule.
Good to hear that they're on schedule there.
That will be Soyuz MS-26. That Don Petit is. Yep. There's going to be a launch of a Soyuz MS-27. It's going to go up. They're going to have a handover, and then the 26 will be coming back. Just like today with Crew-10. Crew-10 will launch. They'll hand over the control of the station, I guess, to the Crew-9 crew. The other way around. The Crew-9 crew will hand over the control to the Crew-10 crew, and then the Crew-9 crew will be able to come back home in a few days. It's actually supposed to undock this Sunday, and hopefully they'll be coming back by next week. So.
Great. Just the normal ISS crew rotation things. So, yeah, awesome. Thank you for that question there. We also have some support here that I want to get. Of course, we appreciate all support. It's what allows us to do what we do. Blackjack98 here gifting 10 red team memberships. So if you got one of those memberships, enjoy those perks that come with that. Joseph here becoming a launch director. Thank you for your support. And a $20 super chat here from Tyson saying, happy to spend the evening with the best spaceflight family. Indeed, we love everybody here at NSF who joins us. So as you heard there, everything looks to be on schedule. You can see all 4 astronauts there actually in that ONC building getting suited up. Looks like they're working with their gloves there to put them on. It's always a bit funny, especially whenever they actually get into Dragon and they're configuring their displays and stuff. You see them take their hands out of their gloves to mess with the displays, and it always looks like they have 4 hands. It's a nice little fun thing to look at, but yeah, cool. Now, Alex, do we want to talk a little bit more about the specific launch, about the booster that's flying on today's mission, what to expect following launch, and with docking, those docking procedures, and also a bit about Endurance. Endurance wasn't actually scheduled to fly this mission a few months ago, but here we are today, and Endurance is on the pad. So do you want to talk a little bit more in depth about, that whole situation?
Yeah, I can probably go first about the flight profile. So they're going to be launching to the northeast as usual for these ISS missions, right? Today's booster is flying for a second time. It previously supported the O3b mPOWER mission 4, and that's booster B1090. The capsule today is C210, that's Endurance. It flew Crew-3, Crew-5, and Crew-7. And that Crew-7 mission, like I said, when it splashed down, it was March 12, 2024. So it's exactly pretty much about a year turnaround for that capsule. Now, as Falcon 9 goes out downrange, the first stage will burn for about 2.5 minutes as usual, and then it'll be returning back to landing zone 1 at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. The second stage will just burn for one time, that MVAC engine, to insert itself and the Crew Dragon Endurance capsule and the crew on board, of course, into a low Earth orbit out there to, getting to the ISS. It'll deploy that Dragon capsule about 12 minutes into the mission, and then Dragon will perform checkouts, deploy its nose cone and everything, and get ready for that rendezvous. It's supposed to be docking, as current planning is, from NASA. It's supposed to dock to the ISS on March 13th at 6 a.m. Eastern Time. That will be 10:00 UTC to the International Space Station. To the International Space Station, excuse me. So that will be around.
Hang on, it's card time. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but this is a big NASA tradition.
Sawyer, do you want to talk a little bit about this and what they're doing?
Yeah. So basically, there's a tradition that goes all the way back where you see them dealing out the cards, and the goal is to have the commander lose. So they'll keep playing until the commander loses. This is a good luck tradition, goes all the way back even to the shuttle days. And there are times where it's taken a very long time for them to lose, but it seems like in this case, that would be the game. And so that's officially their good luck sign for today's launch.
Yeah, you can see the commander there, NASA astronaut Anne McClain, all the way on the right there. And just to familiarize everybody with each of the astronauts, standing beside her is Roscosmos cosmonaut Kirill Peskov. And beside him is beside him was JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi, and then beside Takuya was Nichole Ayers. So very cool. Like I said, I love seeing all these cool little traditions that they do. It's neat that to see that even though they're doing something as serious as launching to space, they still have fun. All these astronauts always seem to have these big smiles on their faces during whenever they're getting ready to go launch to space. So very cool. Now, Alex, this Endurance here following launch is going to be docking with the ISS pretty soon after launch. We have a question here asking, does Dragon use the fast approach like Soyuz does sometimes? Do you want to talk a little bit about the docking procedures here and how that compares to what Soyuz does?
Yeah, Soyuz usually takes shorter times because they try to line up their launches very carefully with an opportunity to be able to dock to the ISS very quickly. The short times to the ISS, those opportunities only come up very rarely. And so you need to nail down a launch opportunity really, really early in your planning for the mission. And that's what they do with Soyuz. Another thing that Soyuz has is that it doesn't scrub that often. It does scrub. It's not like it's, foolproof or anything like that, right? It actually can scrub sometimes, but it's much more rare than, for example, with Falcon 9. And especially when you're launching from Florida, the weather sometimes can throw a wrench to your planning, right? And so in the case of NASA and the Crew Dragon, and even when Starliner was also flying to the ISS and whatnot, those they prefer to schedule that around, different opportunities. And then each day will have a different time to the ISS. For today's opportunity, they have a time to the ISS that is under 12 hours. So it's rather quick. They're going to be, launching and then arriving to the ISS within the same 24-hour time frame, right? But for other opportunities, say, for example, maybe tomorrow, maybe that time will be different. And so just comes down to the overall mechanics. Whereas the Soyuz, as I was saying, they have to nail that launch date way too early, and they have to commit to that way too early, no matter what things happen in the preparations or, with the weather or whatever. And if they do scrub, then they will have to revert to a 2-day rendezvous profile for the Soyuz capsule. And so that's mainly the difference. It's all down to, what the capabilities of the crew capsules can be. So both can really go fast. The problem is, what do you want? Do you want to set yourself to just one single launch date, or do you want to have opportunities? And so NASA prefers to have different opportunities, right? And so one day you will have maybe a 6-hour, 8-hour rendezvous time, but other days you will have 36 hours or even 2-day rendezvous times. And so that's more or less what you will see with Dragon versus Soyuz.
Awesome. Yeah, and to be specific, we're expecting docking here, according to NASA's timeline, to be fully complete at T plus 10 hours and 24 minutes. So that's pretty quick. I bet the astronauts appreciate that, not having to stay cramped up and get to the nice open ISS. So, yeah, very cool. Now, looks like the astronauts are going to be getting ready here to walk out here soon. So keep our eyes out for that. Now, Alex, this capsule is not going to be landing in the Atlantic like previous crewed missions. It's going to be landing in the Pacific. We have a question here that's asking, why are they now choosing to land these Dragons in the Pacific rather than in the Atlantic?
It's related to how to dispose of the trunk, right? Up until now, and we'll see that with Crew-9, because Crew-9 is still splashing down off the coast of Florida. But Crew-10 will be the first crew rotation mission with NASA that's actually going to be splashing down in the west. So one of the things that they do right now, and that they're still doing, is when they deorbit, they dispose of the trunk before the deorbit burn. And so what that means is that leaves the trunk in orbit, and then it just comes back down because randomly between 51 degrees north and 51 degrees south over anywhere in that band, in those locations of the Earth, it comes back down randomly through those areas. And so you're gonna have that. You can have some of that trunk reaching the ground, and so that's happened before in some parts of Australia, in some parts of Canada as well. So they want to avoid that kind of thing, and so now they're switching to deorbiting with a trunk still attached to the capsule. But in order to do that, you cannot splash down the capsule on the Gulf or either the Atlantic, essentially off the coast of Florida, because that trunk will just be deorbiting over populated areas. So they're doing this over the Pacific Ocean, which is a much more empty patch of the Earth, and that allows them to dispose of the trunk without leaving it in orbit.
Yeah. Now, what you're seeing here on your screen is the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building, or the ONC building. There you can see members of the media, astronauts' families, NASA officials, and those Teslas that the astronauts are going to be riding to 39AN. And we're standing by here for crew walkout. There you can see there's one of those license plates, liftoff. These are always so clever. I always love how they do these.
And it has a 10.
Yes. Oh, wow. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah. Lift 10 off, I
Wow.
guess.
So
They're better than
clever. I
10.
love the puns.
I'm sure you do, Sawyer. There you can see that hallway, that famous hallway that we've seen so many astronauts walk down. Some really cool art right there. Wow. Awesome.
Yep. They should be walking down here and out to the elevator, and then down to the ground floor.
Yeah. And one of the cooler things about seeing all this is that you can see all these other astronauts around them, helping them. I like to think of the astronaut corps as sort of like this one big family. They all seem to really know each other well. So it's neat to see all of that. See the relationships on special days like this, where a select few of them get to go to space. So really cool. Still cannot get over that license plate. That license plate is maybe I need to see if I can get that license plate for my own car. Pretty cool. So yeah, so we're gonna standing by for crew walkout. That crew's gonna walk out of those doors. So we've seen so many crews in the past walk out. You probably saw that shot there with all those stickers sticking around the door and the columns and stuff. It's cool seeing how many people have actually walked through those doors. So there we go. There you can see that. So are those some stickers from the shuttle era?
They absolutely are. These doors go way back, as you pointed out. These are the same doors that the Apollo astronauts left from as well, and all of the different shuttle missions. So there's a lot of heritage with this building and with the setup. You could see earlier that SpaceX has the newer cushions or couches compared to the couches that were used for Apollo and Space Shuttle to get everyone suited up. The door part, though, remains the same, and this is the same walk that we've seen for a long time.
Yeah, I know that was sort of a big question that a lot of us had going into these commercial crew flights, is how much of what they did during shuttle was actually going to stick around. And it actually seems like quite a decent amount has, such as the crew walkout, and a lot of the stuff that they do at the pad, calling families and such from the phone, on the fixed service structure. So yeah, crew mission launches and these days are always just really neat. So really allows you to see the human side of spaceflight. So yeah, quite the crowd out there. NSF's Max Evans is out there. I believe this might be his camera, if I'm not mistaken. Kevin's going to yell at me in the back channel if it's not. But beautiful day out there. Yeah. Now, Sawyer, we have a question here asking, are we going to be seeing a jellyfish tonight after sunset, given that it's launching after sunset?
This is a little under 20 minutes after sunset, which is, shall I say, prime jellyfish time. I think it is very safe to say that we will see a jellyfish tonight. For those who don't know, that is when the sun is either just about to rise or has just set within a certain amount of time afterwards, usually about 30, 40 minutes max. The light with the curvature of the Earth will hit just right that the plume gets lit up and expanded. And because of the thinner atmosphere as it goes up, the top of the plume starts to look like the top of a jellyfish. So that is why we call it the jellyfish effect. It is one of the most stunning visual things. So stay for launch because it is set to be a beauty.
Yes. And we have another question here asking, will it be visible from Tallahassee? And now, Sawyer, given you're the Florida native here, do you
Yes.
think we're going to be able to see it from Tallahassee?
I used to live in Tallahassee, actually.
Perfect.
I don't recall being able to see any of the launches from there. I mean, it never hurts if you find a nice clear area to go out and try. But essentially, for this one, if you're anywhere along the coastline of the northeastern United States, absolutely step outside and take a look. This is one of those rare northeastern trajectories to meet up with the International Space Station. So normally you kind of maybe see it just up to the Carolinas. Take this one all the way up the coast, Virginia, New York, Massachusetts, all the way up there. If you are anywhere near the coastline, take a look, especially given the jellyfish time of day. That should mean spectacular views up the coast. And if you see any of those, by the way, and take a picture or video of it, send it to us on the social media channels, Facebook, Instagram, Threads, X, Blue Sky, TikTok. Send it to us. We want to see it.
Yes. I know I live in North Carolina and live on a farm, actually. And so I know whenever launch comes around, I'm going to be running outside to see if I can see it. Usually, especially with these launches that launch to the northeast, they're really visible, especially
Core
with
on
the
countdown,
jellyfish,
stepping
so-
into crew walkout and ONC departure on schedule.
There you can see them walking down that hallway there, getting into the elevator. See some NASA astronauts and NASA workers and officials following them. Now, Alex, who are these? We like to call them ninjas. Who are these SpaceX ninjas who are following the astronauts around and who we're going to be seeing a lot during the stream today?
Yeah, they are ground crew personnel. They support obviously the ground operations, right, of the Crew-10 mission. It's part of it's usually a mix of SpaceX personnel and also some NASA personnel. Usually there's even an astronaut that usually goes out as another ninja out there to the pad with the crew in order to help them get into the capsule and things like that. It's another person that also knows what it is to either strap themselves down to a capsule and then launch into space, or at least go through all of that procedure. And so it's usually good to have one of those at hand when you're trying to get up into space, right, into one of these capsules. And so that's usually what you see. It's ground personnel from SpaceX, some as well from NASA, and also a dedicated astronaut, usually there as part of the ground crew to help the crew get on board of Endurance. In the case of the crew that you see here, obviously they are helping them here at the ONC building, but there's also another set of these ground crews that are at the launch site preparing Dragon for the arrival of the crew.
Cool, yeah. So, Julia, I believe we have you back now. Julia, what can we expect to happen after crew walkout? Whenever they get in these Teslas, where are they going to be driving? Are you actually going to be able to see them from the press site? What's that like?
Well, what it's like is it's kind of cool because not only is there a lot of press here today, due to it being a crew mission, but there are still folks that work here at Kennedy Space Center who haven't gone home from work yet. So what we will see is people coming down out of their offices and lining the road here near the VAB. So we're going down there actually to join those folks. And what they will do is come out of that kind of ONC administration area and work their way down the road to the industrial area, which leads to the crawler way to the pad. And kind of exciting. It's a special thing to be able to kind of go down to the road and be some of the last people to say goodbye to them while they're still here on Earth. And for me, it's kind of an emotional moment and one that I really treasure. And hopefully I'll get a picture that I can share with y'all after they pass by.
Ooh, yes. Yeah, and what you said, those moments, we've talked a lot about the traditions and stuff that they do, those moments of, the humanity of it actually coming together, people waving, saying goodbye as they get ready to literally launch into orbit. It's what makes these missions so special. This is definitely not your normal Starlink launch or satellite launch. Yeah. So we can see there those crew walkout doors at, oh, here we go. And here they come, the astronauts of Crew-10, doing that famous crew walkout from the ONC building.
Pilot
Very cool, as you can see. From left to right, there's Roscosmos cosmonaut Kirill Peskov, and then NASA astronauts Nichole Ayers and Anne McClain, and then JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi. So what's going to happen now is that all of their families and friends and loved ones are out there. They're going to go and have a word with them out there before they hop in their Teslas and ride out to the pad. It's really cool to see there. We can see them talking with their families. It's got to be a really bittersweet moment for them. As Alex mentioned earlier, these 4 astronauts are about to go onto the space station for about 4 to 5 months on some long duration missions.
Yep.
So this is one of the last times they're going to be able to see their families in person before they're back in a few months. So
Yeah, some people are confused in chat. I've seen some people. So they're gonna go to the ISS, right? And they're gonna stay there for that 4 or 5 month period. The Crew-9 crew will come back on their own spacecraft on Freedom that's still attached to the ISS in a few days from now. So it's not that they go up and now they sort of, one goes to one capsule and the other. No, these people are going to go up on Endurance and they're going to be coming back also on Endurance in July. So just to make sure.
yeah. With so many missions going up and down, a bit of it can get a bit confusing at times. So
Yep.
always really cool being able to see I think astronauts get this sort of idea that they're really tough and strong, and I mean they are. It's not easy to go to space, but these moments like this really remind you that they're real people. They're just like us. So actually, there you can see them waving by. They're about to get into those Teslas with that awesome license plate. Now, we've only seen that one. I wonder what the other Tesla's license plates are, because I know they normally have a few. So. Now, Alex, if anybody looked into the Teslas there, they saw these boxes. Actually, you can see them connecting it to their suits right there. What are those?
Those are usually some of the fans that they use with nitrogen and oxygen mixtures to keep them cool as they go out there to the launch site, or keep them warm depending on how the weather is. Of course, in Florida usually is they keep you cool because the weather in Florida tends to be a bit more warm than in other certain places. But yeah, the right now they are in those suits and everything, and while they are strapped to the capsule, they do have those that nitrox, as they call it, circulating through those suit. But of course, if they are not on the capsule, they need that sort of system. Of course, they are on the Teslas, and so that's what they are attached to their legs.
Yeah. And Julia, how hot is it out there today? I know Sawyer said earlier it's been a bit cool the last few days. How is it scorching hot like the summer out there today, or is it just nice and just a nice day?
Well, it's I think what folks in the north would love to have right now. It is 77 degrees here. Humidity is only at 39%, which means this girl actually did put on some sunscreen today because there's really no clouds in the sky. So it's a beautiful day. Absolutely beautiful.
That's what we like to hear. Hopefully we can see these 4 astronauts and Falcon 9 and Endurance lift off here in about 3 hours and 16 minutes. So awesome to see. So they're now in those Teslas. You can see their families have now come up to the Teslas now and are speaking to them through the windows and stuff. Just one of those, like I said, one of those last few moments for them to speak to one another directly before they drive out to 39A.
Yeah, and sometimes they bake in this extra time into the timeline. They are often ahead of the timeline, so they can take a bit of time here before they depart.
Yeah. Always great to be ahead of time. And normally these, like you said, normally these missions run pretty good ahead of time. So it's nice that they have the time built in for these moments right here. So what's going to be coming up next is they're going to depart the ONC building here, and then they're going to drive. Julia, do you know the exact distance it is from the ONC to 39A?
I do not know the exact distance. I just know that I will see the helicopters that will escort them and know roughly how far they are. I would say it's roughly 10 miles.
Yeah,
Off
that's
they
what I
go.
was thinking. Yep, there they go. There you can see the astronauts leaving the ONC building. They're about to make their way to 39A. As Julie said, it's about 10 miles. It's a good little drive. It's a lot long, as we were talking about earlier, it's a lot longer than you would probably think it is. These cameras often give you a false perception of how long it takes to drive back and forth to places, but see that
And as
convoy of
you,
Teslas? Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, and as you can see in that convoy, they are heavily escorted, correct?
Yes.
They do have the NASA security forces along with them because they are a U.S. asset, and their safety, even though we are on a badged base situation, their safety is the main priority.
Yes. Cool. So it's going to take them a bit of time to get out to 39A, but yeah, they're going to drive down Kennedy Parkway there, and then they're going to turn right there by where the VAB is. I know Sawyer said earlier he was going to try to get out there to get some cool shots. And Julia,
I'm right next to Julia, by the way, in front of the VAB, waiting for them to roll by.
Awesome. Can't wait to see what pictures y'all get, but yeah, you can see them. They're going to roll by. They're going to drive by the VAB there, and then drive down the crawlerway, actually, that we're used to seeing space shuttles and SLS and Saturn V's roll down, and they're going to drive up to 39A, and then begin their journey to the top of that FSS. So, very cool. See them trying to. I always love with these crew missions how they get these helicopter shots here. It's always cool, like whenever you remember back in the shuttle days, you always see those really cool cinematic shots of the helicopters flying around. It's cool to see that they're still out and about every day during these crew missions. Julia, go ahead. How many helicopters flying around? Because I feel like there's more than one, but I'm not entirely sure.
I think there's usually two kind of out and about. One is escorting them, and one is kind of doing security throughout the campus. One that we may see around is also potentially a Coast Guard helicopter because of the range closures just offshore there. So, I mean, you could see anywhere from 1 to 3 in the air at any one time. It would be interesting if someone could pull up flight radar. I might check that out for you later.
Ooh, cool. Yeah. Cool. There you can see them getting onto Kennedy Parkway there, that long drive that's going to take them all the way to the VAB. Earlier in the show, we went over our astronauts for today's mission, but now that we've got a bit of time as they're making their way, let's go back through who's flying on Crew-10 today. There's a pilot, a commander, and 2 mission specialists, including 2 Americans, 1 Russian astronaut, and a Japanese astronaut. And here you can see him. This is JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi. He is serving as a mission specialist for today's mission. He has flown to space before, back in 2016, and was selected as a member of NASA and JAXA's 2009 astronaut class. In total, he spent 155 days, 2 hours and 22 minutes in space. Hasn't completed any EVAs. We'll see if that changes during his current mission to the ISS. And yeah, he flew some Boeing 767s for All Nippon Airways, and asteroid 163153 Takuya Onishi is named in his honor. Now, sitting alongside Takuya is Russian and Roscosmos cosmonaut Kirill Peskov. He is from Russia, was born in the Soviet Union. This is going to be his first flight to space. Super exciting for him. I know that he's probably really excited to get to the ISS. He was selected as part of the Roscosmos Group 17 cosmonauts in 2018, and similar to Takuya, flew some Boeing 757s and 767s for ICAR Airlines before being selected as a cosmonaut. Now, today's pilot is going to be NASA astronaut Nichole Ayers, who will also, like Kirill, be making her first flight to space. There you can see her call sign is Vapor. She's going to be serving as pilot for today's mission, so she trained alongside Anne to learn how to fly Dragon. She was selected as part of NASA's 23rd astronaut group in 2021, and she is actually the first astronaut from that group to earn an assignment and will be the first to fly to space today. Before becoming an astronaut, she served as a major in the United States Air Force and graduated from the U.S. Air Force Academy in 2011 with a degree in mathematics and a minor in Russian. And last but certainly not least, serving as the commander of the Crew-10 mission is NASA astronaut Anne McClain. There you can see her clever call sign Animal. She's going to be serving as a commander today. She previously flew to space in 2019 on a Russian Soyuz rocket. This will be her first flight to space on board Dragon. In total, she spent 203 days, 15 hours, and 16 minutes in space and has completed 2 EVAs. She was selected as an astronaut for Group 21 in 2013, and is going to be flying, or is going to be serving as a commander today and trained alongside Nichole in learning how to fly Dragon. So really cool crew today. Good mix of experienced and rookies flying today. As you can see them driving down the causeway there, that really, those Teslas look so cool driving down, knowing that there's some people that are going to be flying to space inside
Core
of
on
them.
countdown.
So,
Advanced team complete. Ready for crew arrival. On schedule.
There you go.
there we go. Sounds like crews at the pad are ready for the cruise. Everything is ready for the crew to arrive. Everything looks good. Everything's on time. So, yeah.
And to answer your question, I have 2 helicopters in view right now as part of the advanced team.
Awesome. All sorts of activity out at the Space Center today. So, very cool.
One of the things that is interesting about the commander, you mentioned this at the beginning of the broadcast. Anne McClain was the very first person that boarded a Crew Dragon capsule in space. That was on the Demo 1 mission back in March 2019, and she was part of the ISS crew, and she got to enter Dragon for the first time in space. So I guess that's really cool that she now gets to be commander of another Crew Dragon.
Yeah, and a lot of you might remember during Demo 1, with the zero-G indicator, that little Earth, she did this really cool series of tweets and posts where she would always do these really neat scenes and, fun things with both Ripley, the mannequin suit in the Demo 1 Dragon, but also the zero-G indicator. So excited to see, what she allows us to see whenever they're up in orbit. These astronauts are always really good about showing us a bit of what their lives are like up on station. So there you can see the convoy driving past the VAB there, that iconic building. Sawyer and Julia are actually there. Hopefully we're going to be able to get some cool pictures from them of it. And here you can see them. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, well, one thing I wish they would do is drive just a little bit slower when they get here. That crew is moving hot, but they were waving. We did wave.
Yeah, the speed limit is 25 here. They should get a speeding ticket.
Definitely more than 25.
But it is always great to see them drive by and wave, and it's nice to see their arms stick out and wave as they drive by too. This goes way back, this tradition, but it's something that, it never gets old.
Yeah. Now they're driving along the crawlerway now. Many of you might recognize the crawlerway as where SLS and before that the shuttles, and even before that the Saturn V, they would roll down those crawlerways, albeit really slowly, all the way to 39A and 39B. So there you can actually see some, I'm assuming KSC employees waving at them. There you can see one of those helicopters with Endurance and Falcon 9 in the background. So Very cool. And Ryan pointing out the back channel, Aries 1X before SLS. I apologize. I'm a member of the Aries 1 fan club, so that's on me for forgetting that. Now, I'm going to be honest, this drive did feel like it went by a lot faster than I remember. Maybe they are going a bit faster than usual in those Teslas. But
Yeah, to be serious, maybe just security is a number one thing right now with the importance of this mission, because it did feel like the fastest I've ever had crew drive by.
yeah. There you can see, as Julia mentioned earlier, they have quite the convoy to head out to the pad. As she mentioned, they're technically U.S. assets, so got to make sure they're protected and okay on their drive out to 39A. Seems like we lost them in the trees, and here they come. They're coming back out right there. Now, of course, today's mission is launching from Launch Complex 39A. Many of you are probably familiar with 39A. It's where 15 of SpaceX's 16 total human spaceflight missions have flown from. So we're pretty used to seeing these flights from 39A, but Crew-9 launched from Space Launch Complex 40 over on the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station side. Alex, what dictates which launch pads they launch crews from?
Usually it's just convenience, right? For Crew-9, they launched from Slick 40, from Space Launch Complex 40, because they had another launch, very important launch, being prepared from Launch Complex 39A on a Falcon Heavy, and that was the Europa Clipper mission from NASA. And so they really needed to get that off the ground because it had a planetary window. And thankfully, SpaceX now has 2 launch pads to launch crew from. And so they were able to launch Crew-9 out of Slick 40 while they were preparing for the Europa Clipper launch from LC-39A. Today, Crew-10 can launch from LC-39A because there's no other constraint, and so they can just use that by default. But for example, later in this month, they have the Fram-2 mission, also another Crew Dragon mission, and currently it's planned to launch from Slick 40, and I believe that's probably related because one of the upcoming missions from LC-39A is also going to be another cargo Dragon mission going to the ISS, and so that's probably going to be launching here from LC-39A, and so they'll probably want to deconflict those 2 missions, and so that allows them to be able to launch 2 Dragon missions in very close succession as well. So that's very neat.
Yeah, and there you can see they have arrived at Launch Complex 39A, driving past the horizontal integration facility, and now driving up the ramp. This shot is always so cool. Wow.
You can see the scale of things,
know.
right? That rocket and the transporter vector, they look very tiny, but it's actually no. It's the other way around. They're completely ginormous.
Yeah, we get so used to looking at Starship and like trying to fathom the scale of Starship that we often forget that, Falcon 9 is pretty big too.
Yep.
So
Look at the cars.
looks
That
so
thing
tiny
on
out
the
there.
Yeah, that thing on the left, that looked like some kind of accordion or something. That's actually the top part of the Stromback that they replace from ferry missions to Dragon
Really?
missions. Yeah. So
Wow.
that's just the top of that white structure that it's next to the rocket.
I'm honestly kind of surprised it's just sitting there. I would think they would move that inside the HIF or something, but
It's
yeah.
it's built to survive the launches, right?
That's
So
true.
why?
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. How could you not love 39A? Such a
Very
gorgeous launch site.
Yep. Very historic too. The place
Yes.
where humans went to the moon.
I've always loved that my favorite thing I loved whenever we were learning more about Dragon development all those years ago, and we finally got that confirmation that astronauts were going to fly from 39A. That was awesome to hear, and now it's even more cool to see every day. So, yeah. Now, Alex, we want to talk a little bit about what we see here on 39A, what these different structures and vehicles like. So, what are we seeing here?
Yeah, the black tower on the right there, that's where the astronauts are going to be going up to. Now on the elevator, that's the fixed service structure built for the space shuttle. Some of the structure even dates back to the Apollo program. It was taken out of the mobile launcher platform from the Saturn V era. And so it's very historic because of that. And so that's the fixed service structure. Then there's the crew access arm, of course, the rocket there in the middle. And next to it, it's the transport director. It provides a lot of the fluids and data system, all of the different things that you can think of that the rocket needs for the second stage and the intro stage. It's up there. Also for the Dragon as well. Some of the data connections and other certain different fluids and things like that. And yeah, you can see there already some of the rainbirds. If you're wondering why there's still water there flowing, that's normal. We've seen that in the past. I know some of the people might be wondering about that, so I'm getting that off the of the list, I guess. But yeah, you can see there. Now, usually they take a few minutes here between the arrival and the time that they go into the elevator and up the tower. My guess is that there may be some facilities there for them to use before boarding Dragon.
Yeah.
And then and that's usually very normal that we see, those 5-10 minutes that they take until they actually go out to the elevator. And that's when they do what Sawyer said before of, leaning back and looking up the rocket and their capsule.
Yeah. Wow, that shot really gives you a sense of scale. That box in the top right really lets you, 39A is not small. Pretty big. So, yeah. Very cool. And then that helicopter shot there in the bottom right, we saw in the background there Launch Complex 39B. So it's neat seeing all these different launch pads from the shot. You see the VAB in the background there. Very cool. Beautiful. Really is a beautiful day out there. I believe Sawyer mentioned earlier that there are no clouds, which is great to hear. And as we mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast, there's greater than a 95% chance of good weather from launch. That's what we like to see. So hopefully no issues with either of the vehicles and the crew. And I'm thinking we're going to be seeing an on-time launch here later tonight. So, yeah.
Yep.
That launch, of course, is set for 7:48 p.m. Eastern. Now, that time of day, now that the time has actually changed for us here in America, that time change means that the sun's going to be going down about 20 minutes before launch. And if you're familiar with spaceflight, you're probably sure what I'm about to talk about here, but we have a question here in chat asking about if there's any chance of views of launch at the East Coast. And I know we talked about this earlier, but I really want to encourage everybody, if you live on the East Coast, definitely go outside around 7:40 p.m. Because there is a really good chance you're going to be able to see the second stage with Dragon on top of it flying through your sky. Because what happens is that even though the sun has gone down for us, Falcon 9 flies so high up into the atmosphere, it's going into space, that it actually gets back into the sun. And what happens is that the sun illuminates the plume from that upper stage impact engine. And you get this really cool bubble jellyfish effect in the sky. And sometimes it can get really, really bright. It's really hard to miss it sometimes. So if you're anywhere along the East Coast, normally we say if you anywhere from Florida to the Carolinas is usually where you can see it. But I'd argue anywhere for this specific launch, anywhere from like Florida up to like maybe New Jersey or New York or something. Go outside, see if you can see it. These things are really neat to see, especially whenever you know that there's 4 astronauts on top of it. So, yeah. Cool. So crew there seems like they're getting ready to head up the tower, handling some last minute business before they get in that elevator and head up the fixed service structure there. Now, Alex, don't they have one? Oh, there we can see them. See them walking over. Hopefully, we'll be able to see them do that lean back. I believe that's Anne McClain and Nichole Ayers, our commander and pilot. So, see them walk around.
Yep, there they go. There's the lean back. Well, preliminary lean
Core
back.
countdown, crew rocket pad on schedule.
I love it when they recognize the cameras.
Okay.
There we go.
Proper lean back. There we go.
That's got to be so cool knowing that you're about to get in that thing and go to space.
They're looking at their 70-meter tall rocket, so it's a lot of lean back that they need.
Especially because those suits aren't super. I mean, they're a lot. I feel like they're a lot more mobile than some previous pressure suits we've seen. But these definitely you're still limited in how much you can move.
Yeah, especially that helmet. There's no joint, so it's rigid. So they
Yeah.
actually need to lean back because they cannot. It's not that you can rotate the head and the neck, right? And so
Yeah.
there's a bit of
Yes.
flexibility, but not too much.
Yeah. Saw Anne and Nichole there have a moment before they go up. Like I mentioned earlier, I mean, like these astronauts, they spend so much time together. And I know Anne said this in a post on X. She said, they're really all family. They become best friends. You kind of have to an extent because you're about to spend so much time with them.
Yeah.
So it's cool whenever we get to see that actually happen. You get to see the friendship and the camaraderie between all of them. Now comes one of my favorite parts in the countdown where we get to see them walk out of the elevators, head up, talk on the phone, walk across that crew access arm.
Yep. One of the peculiarities of the fixed service structure at 39A is that none of the levels that were used for the shuttle were useful for the Falcon 9 and Dragon because of the height. The shuttle, the entrance to the shuttle was a lot lower. Oh, here we go with the mission
Takuya
specialist.
and Kirill. Yeah.
And so SpaceX needed to build like an in-between level for like in between two already pre-built levels. They built another level. And so they go to the bottom one, to the one that is right below that in-between level, and then with the elevator, and then they need to take stairs up to the level of the crew access arm.
Yeah. Isn't one of those elevator buttons named space?
Yes, it is. That is the elevator button for the current level is space.
Yep.
That's so cool.
And you might see that sign on the left that says FOD critical area. That means foreign object debris. Right now, people are going out there. They cannot, have anything that might, stick around to their suits or something like that. They usually have even protections on their boots, on the bottom of the boots, so that they can remove those protections before entering Dragon. And have a clean. Yeah, go ahead.
I feel like a lot of people aren't really aware of just how much you have to prepare to go to space. These
Yeah.
astronauts have been in quarantine now for I believe 2 weeks. You've really got to. Oh, here we go. Like there we go. We saw Anne and Nichole walk down the Caracas arm there.
Core on countdown.
But yeah,
Crew is at the right room. On schedule.
You can hear they're in the white room on time. But yeah, they've been in quarantine for several weeks now, in preparation for the mission. And that's just to ensure that everybody's healthy, nobody's bringing any illnesses onto the station because, you're in quite a conditioned environment in space on the ISS. It's not like you can just leave and go to the doctor whenever you're up there if you're feeling bad. So really want to make sure you don't bring any sickness or illness or anything, and make sure everybody's in good health going up there.
See, there they go on the stairs.
Yep.
To that mid-level.
Yeah.
And that is precisely, another of the things is like, even if you have like a little pebble or something like that inside Dragon, when you are in the gravity of Earth, that's okay. It's on the floor or whatever. But once you are in 0G, that can float up and, get in some of the instruments or get in somebody's eye or something like that. And you don't want that. So that's why they have all of those FOD, FOD protections, whatever, foreign object debris. That's what the sign was about.
Yeah, and Alex, what are these arrows that we're seeing here run from the crew access arm? Because that crew access arm door right there is in the top right, but we see these arrows moving toward the camera and then also to the side. What are those for?
Those are part of the emergency evacuation system. So essentially, if they were to have an evacuation from Dragon and had to come back from the crew access arm, those arrows essentially tell them where they have to go to be able to take the baskets. There are an emergency escape system out of that tower. Oh, there we go. And
getting into Dragon.
and so it's sort of, like on an airplane, your emergency lights and things like that, trying to tell you where you have to go if there's an emergency. So that's what those arrows are for.
Yeah. Now there you can see there's Nichole. We just saw Anne McClain go in there, but you can see Nichole now squeezing in through Endurance's hatch, getting into Dragon. And there you can see the meatball, and that's the meatball there with all those signatures around it. I'm sure they just signed it. We just didn't see it, but really cool tradition that they started back with Demo 2, where you sign the meatball before you go to space. So awesome to see. Yeah. So crews are now hopping into Dragon to start getting suited up. We saw Anne and Nichole there. I'm sure Takuya and Kirill. Oh, there we go. They're already there. They're awaiting their ingress into Dragon as well. And as we also heard there, everything is on time. It's good to hear. And I believe we're about to see, here's Kirill signing the meatball.
That wall getting a lot more signatures there.
Yeah. And the X right there is for the SpaceX X right there is for all the private astronauts that fly as well, correct, Alex?
Yep, Axiom missions, Inspiration 4, Polaris Dawn, those that went out from here, from 39A, have signed that X for the SpaceX missions.
Cool to see. There you
They
can
also
see,
have the same, I think, on the Slick 40 one, but yeah.
Yeah, they do. There you can see Anne and Nichole. Nichole is sitting on the left, Anne is sitting on the right. Getting suited up. Now, eventually, these seats are down at an angle. They're going to start whenever all the astronauts are in their seats and suited up, they're going to rotate. They're going to rotate their feet up so that they're sitting more in a horizontal position. And that's just to ensure that G loads and just ensure comfort during launch. So, yeah.
Yeah, right now they're being strapped down, getting all of the. You can see, for example, there on their left thigh, they have that tablet, and also they have paper checklist as well underneath that on that small bag there. But they use the tablet as primary, and then they can use the paper checklist if they need to do that. Might seem cool and fancy, like it's only SpaceX, but actually, cosmonauts on the Russians also use this now as well. This combination of new technology and old technology, it accelerates things, and it's much more comfortable to fly like that.
I believe that was Takuya who just went into Dragon there. Kirill is about to head in. While we're watching some astronauts climb into Dragon here, I want to hit some support here. Echo Deal with a $10 super chat. Thank you for the support, asking, the countdown clock on the wall in the suit-up room seems to show a K- time. What does K- mean?
That is an interesting question. I'm not too sure, though.
Sawyer, do you happen to know?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
The clock on the wall in the suit-up room said K-. Do you know what K- means?
K-. I do not know exactly. All of the times that I've seen are the T- and the L- clock, of which, since there is an instant window and no planned holds, the T-, the time to launch, and the L- clock are exactly the same, unlike other launches where we might see a slight difference.
Yeah. Cool. We have a $20 super chat here from Tracy saying, love watching the traditions we hear about. So fun. Yes, I agree. It's, we always hear about all these astronaut traditions. It's neat hearing, or it's neat actually seeing them. So, Dennis becoming a red team member. Thank you for that support. The Cosmic Nebula gifting 5 red team memberships. If anybody in chat got those memberships, we hope you enjoy them. Boosith7 becoming a launch director member. Thank you for your support. And then a $50 super chat. saying here, keep up the amazing work. Love the broadcast, the Starship launches, and everything else you guys do. Well, your support is what allows us to do those very broadcasts. So thank you for your support. We hope you enjoy your membership. And yeah. Cool. We can see all 4 astronauts now in Dragon, putting on their seatbelts and getting accustomed to their seats. They're gonna have to sit there for about another 2 hours and 45 minutes. Or even longer, actually, because of following launch and stuff. So, got to get comfortable.
Yep.
Now, from everybody from all the astronauts I've heard who have flown on Dragon, they say these seats are very comfortable. So, I'm sure it's nothing too uncomfortable to have to sit there for a while. Alex,
It's
my
worth
mistake.
noting that.
Yeah, go
Oh,
ahead.
sorry about that. I was going to say that they get custom seat molds made typically for Dragon, whereas Shuttle, it was kind of, you had the parachute on your emergency egress suit acting as your only cushion. This one, they actually have some molds to make it a lot more comfortable in these seats. So, yeah, it's not like sitting on an airplane seat for 3 hours. It's a little more comfy.
Yeah, I was actually just about to ask that if they get those seats molded to them. So, very cool. And now, Alex, we see a lot of them. Actually, I think every one of them have an iPad on their left knee, on their left thigh. I'm sorry. What is it? What are those iPads used for? What do they? Why have an iPad whenever you're about to fly to space?
Yeah, they usually contain there all of the checklists and things like that they may want to check, right, as they count down and get through all of the procedures and whatnot. Usually they also have like things like photos of certain displays, how they should look like as well. They can use that as well to upload that. Like they can take, for example, a picture of something on board Dragon and upload it to the onboard systems on Dragon, and then Dragon sends it back to the mission control. So that's one of the neat things that they have that capability of being able to have feedback on some of that. It's something looks off on their displays or something like that. They can do that kind of feedback kind of thing. It's interesting the things that they're being handed off right now. One of the things that I've been looking as we're seeing them being strapped down and whatnot, is they usually take the badges from the ground crews, the patches, that they wear and everything with their names and all of that. They have ID patches on their suits, on those ninja suits. And they take those and then they bring it up to the station on the mission. And then once they come back, they give them out back to the ground crews. That's very neat. It's a tradition that at least as far as I know goes back to the shuttle program.
This part's always cool where we can see them zip up, their gloves and stuff. It's always cool seeing how these suits work, because they are rather complex. They are pressure suits, so you've got to ensure that they maintain pressure and stuff, especially during launch. So.
Yeah, we also we'll probably hear soon as well, once they get fully strapped down and everything. Some of the there we go. They're giving them their watches, the mirrors and everything. But one of the things that we're also going to see is those com checks with different routes, because Dragon can communicate with the ground through different networks, and so they're going to try and get those communications tested thoroughly before the launch.
Yeah. Dragon looks a lot more roomy than some Soyuz, so sure that's nice whenever they're getting nice and suited up in there.
Ironically, the total volume is actually smaller because the Soyuz has the orbital module, but the descent capsule, yeah, but it's of a trick of the eye, right? Because the Soyuz, you just see the descent capsule, and that is very cramped. It's actually like the minimum viable volume that a person can be in, because it's just for that for the for the trip up. You can just ride on the orbital module once you get into orbit. That's what the whole name is for. But once you come back, you just have that capsule, and it's a very tiny capsule compared to Dragon. Dragon is all of that. That is all for the ride up to the ISS. Thankfully, for this mission, if it launches today, they only have a less than 12-hour trip to the ISS.
Yeah. And now, Alex, I want to ask. We see if you look all the way over where Takuya is, you can see what looks like a window, but isn't actually a window. Now, if I'm remembering correctly, in some of the original renders that we got of Dragon 2, whenever SpaceX announced it, there was supposed to be a window there. Why isn't there a window now? Why have they taken it out? What does that area serve? What's its purpose now?
That was in the original design of the capsule, and it seems like eventually they said, we're not going to be using these windows. It might also be to do with the micrometeorite debris and all of that kind of concerns of debris in orbit and whatnot. They have to be up there for 6 months, some of these missions. Some other missions may even stay up there for 8 months at a time. That was the case of Crew-8, for example. And so that's one of the things that they probably avoid, having that extra risk of having a window there. And also the same one on the other side as well. So just having, going from 4 to 2 windows, it seems very silly, but it's actually safer in that sense.
Yeah. Cool. Let's hit some questions here in chat. I know we've been talking a lot about what we see on screen, but now that we've got a moment here while they're getting all strapped in and while we wait for comm checks to start, the question you're asking, how many dragons are there and how many times has each one been used?
Well, it depends, right? Crew Dragon or Cargo Dragon. But look
Let's
at
talk
that.
about Crew Dragon. Yeah,
They're
given that we're
doing
launching on
final
Crew.
checks. Yeah, they're doing final checks there of Nichole Ayers earpiece. That's normal part of this process. But yeah, right now they have 4 Crew Dragon capsules active, but there's a 5th getting ready for launch, hopefully in late spring here on the Axiom 4 mission. And so this one in particular is C210. That's, C stands for capsule, and the 2 is for Dragon 2 capsules. And then, the last 2 numbers, it's either 01, 2, 3, 4, etc. It depends on which serial number of the capsule is. This one in particular was the 10th the 10th Dragon 2 capsule to be built, and it's a Crew Dragon capsule. The first one was C204, but that was destroyed after it flew, and there was an accident there. Nobody on board, of course. That was a ground test. But yeah, C206 Endeavor. That's the first one that actually flew crew on board. C207 Resilience. That one was the one for Inspiration 4 in Polaris Dawn. Some of the people watching right now might remember that. And the one up there in space right now with the Crew-9 crew is C212 Freedom. So they have those 4, and there's an upcoming one, C213, that should be debuting later this spring. And of course, there's also 3 Cargo Dragons as well. That will be C208, C209, and C211. In total, between Dragon 1 and Dragon 2, this will be the 50th orbital launch of a Dragon capsule. So quite a milestone.
Yeah. And then this will also be the 16th time a Dragon has flown a crew to space. So really racking up his flights. May 2020 really felt like it was yesterday, but it was coming up on 5 years since Demo 2. So it's crazy. There you can see those closeout crews, or as we like to call them, the SpaceX ninjas there, assisting with the crew ingress procedures. Standing by for some of those comm checks starting out here, where they're going to be talking to each of the crew members via different communication channels and routes, just to ensure that communications between the ground and Dragon are good. Now, Alex, for those comm checks, they'll use a combination of both ground stations as well as TDRS satellites, correct?
Yeah, they have different communication loops. Right now, as they are on the ground, they can even communicate through umbilical lines and everything. They can do that just as easy because they are connected to the ground. But once they are in space, of course, they want to test that communications system with the TDRS constellation from NASA, that satellite system, and also with the ground stations on Earth. And yeah, right now, once we hear all of the different communication checks, you might also hear them trying to communicate to Mission Control Houston, Mission Control Hawthorne, and also the Launch Control Center there at the Kennedy Space Center, because they have multiple places right now, right? You have people in Houston from NASA checking on the ISS status and all of those conditions. You have people at Hawthorne from SpaceX looking at all of the Dragon systems and Falcon 9 systems, and then you have the Launch Control Center, which, as its name implies, it's all about the launch control, right? And so you have, all of the launch control teams that are overseeing the procedure for loading with propellant the Falcon 9 rocket, all of the countdown items and everything. You have also things like once it is in flight, it also handles the landing of the booster, the insertion of the capsule into orbit. But once Dragon is separated, the launch control center just stops being part of the mission, and so they only rely on Hawthorne and Houston. But you'll hear those comm checks with the different centers that are part of today's mission.
Yeah. We have a question here asking about the different abort and FTS sequences for Falcon and Dragon, because this is a crewed launch, and so they've got to have abort capabilities in case anything goes wrong with Falcon and Dragon. The question you're asking is is the flight termination system or FTS armed on Falcon 9 for crewed missions? And Alex, you want to talk a little bit about that and Dragon's abort modes and capabilities?
Yeah, the Falcon 9 has its own flight termination system, and it is indeed armed for these crew missions and non-crew missions. Like on all flights, that is armed. And the difference is Crew Dragon missions, however, they do have a launch escape system, and that is armed before the loading of propellants on board Falcon 9. So Dragon right now is sitting there and nothing is active or anything like that in that sense. But once we get closer to that propellant load sequence, which should begin at T-minus 35 minutes, a few minutes earlier, they rather armed that launch escape system. And so it is ready to activate in any moment automatically if it were needed during the countdown sequence. Then once it lifts off, that flight termination system on Falcon 9 is still active. And what you will, if, knock on wood, none of that were to happen, but if it were to happen, that they have on board, the Dragon will escape, and then the flight termination system will decide. It's an autonomous flight termination system, so it will decide on its own whether it's needed to terminate the flight or not. Sometimes what you will see is that as long as it is not being veering off course of its hazard area, the rocket is not blown up, because usually it's better to just have it in one piece than multiple pieces raining down that could, veer off on their own. And so it's usually when that happens, when you see those automated systems to say, okay, now it's veering off, let's blow this up, right? But by then, the Crew Dragon will be already off. In fact, Crew Dragon sends a shutdown command to the main engines on the first stage, and also to the second stage if it were during the second stage flight. So all of that, that Dragon will already be well away from the rocket if that were to happen. But of course, we never want to figure that out. If you want to see something like that, though, SpaceX did an in-flight abort test of Crew Dragon and Falcon 9 back in January 2020. So you can watch that, see what happens when that sort of thing happens. Weirdly enough, what happened in that flight, though, Falcon 9 did blow up, right, when they did that test, but it was for the wrong reasons. The flight termination system was not active, was not triggered, I guess it's a word. It was just the aerodynamics. Sometimes when you're going through max Q, that rocket will eventually bend and blow up because of that. So,
Yeah. And speaking of those Draco thrusters there, Sawyer, Dragon lands under parachutes, but a question here asking, is Crew Dragon capable of landing with those Draco thrusters in the event of a parachute failure?
I believe that was actually something that they just recently tested on one of the missions. I believe Polaris Dawn. that they have the capability to be able to use those thrusters to help slow them down in the event that one of the parachutes doesn't open. But if you've ever seen them return, there are many giant parachutes attached to it. So even if one is out...
In 4.100, we have confirmed we are complete through step 1.3. Crew is ready for com checks in 1.4.
SpaceX copies. Stand by for umbilical com checks.
Then they would still be safe. Anyway, now they're going to do all the comm checks Alice was talking about earlier with the different ways of communicating, space to ground, etc. So you'll hear those as they do that.
Yes. Cool. That gorgeous evening light there in Florida. I cannot wait for this launch.
Commander, pilot, MS-1, MS-2. Com check.
Let's listen to these comm checks.
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear. Sound loud and clear. So loud and clear.
Core loud and clear. Umbilical com check complete. Report when ready for seat rotation.
Dragon copies.
There we go. We can hear the crew now communicating with ground personnel. Heard there, sounds like we're getting ready to see seat rotation happen. See, they're in that sort of reclined states right there. They're going to rotate these up to that horizontal position. Now, I believe
Dragon is complete through 1.6, ready for seat rotation.
They heard ready for seat rotation.
Copy. We'll report when initiating.
Real quick between these comm checks, I believe we have Mr. Gene Rowley joining us here on stream. Gene, how are you doing today? I'm good. Excited to see this crew mission get off the ground, head to the ISS.
A lot of great questions coming in. I can't wait. I'm taking over in just a little bit, but oh my gosh, this is so fun to see them come out, the crew access, and drive down in their Teslas and do the whole look back.
Dragon, SpaceX initiating seat rotation.
Absolutely love crew missions. One of the things I've been listening to your guys' questions, and one of the things that popped into my head, and I think it's one of the questions I sent in on chat that I think I saw earlier, was how many parking spaces, Sawyer, I'm going to come to you for this one. How many parking spaces do they have at the ISS? Like, you've got Soyuz up there, and then you've got Dragon. I mean, they only have so many docking ports, right?
That is correct. It depends on which side of the ISS you're talking about as well. There are the ones over at the Russian side, as you were talking about. They have a few there. Meanwhile, over on the US side, they use something called the IDA, which is an International Docking Adapter. And there are a couple different berthing ports for that. So if you give me a sec, I'll try to remember the exact names of them. But Russians have 4. And the U.S. has, I believe,
Dragon,
3.
SpaceX seats are in the launch position.
Wait, you're telling me you don't have the names memorized?
I did. I'm sorry.
I'm giving you a hard time. We have a pretty long wait before this thing actually is to T0, but obviously you can see on your screen the astronauts are in their seats, very comfortable, molded seats. Now they just kind of chill out. But Alex, one of the things that happens when they're in training is don't they go into a mock simulator where they hear all the bumps and the gurgles and the pops and all the noises. So when they come to launch day, they're expecting certain sounds, right?
Yeah, they usually get those during training, as you were mentioning, precisely so that they know what to listen to, what are the sounds that they're going to be hearing, whether something is off or not because of that, right? And so they are able to be more aware of what's going on. Of course, they have their displays and everything with all of the information. They have their tablets as well with all of their checklists and whatnot. But it never hurts to be a bit more aware of your environment and your surroundings if you have that previous experience on training, of course.
I think that would be fun to do, just to go to the Space Center as maybe part of the museum or something like that and say, hey, do you guys want to hear what it's like being an astronaut in training for one of these crew missions, and just sit in a mock capsule listening to everything going on in the in the background. Hagen, what do you think? That would be fun, wouldn't it?
Dragon,
Oh, yeah.
SpaceX, you are go for Section 2, suit leak check preparation.
Here we go.
Copies, we
Awesome.
are go for Section 2, suit leak check prep.
Yeah, Gene, any opportunity to hear from an astronaut is a good one. I feel like we have so much to learn from them. So yeah, but cool. So there we can see those seats rotated. They're getting ready to do some suit leak checks. And we have a question here actually saying, how are the zippers sealed on those suits to ensure that they're airtight and stay pressurized? Alex or Sawyer, what do you want to take that?
You want to take that, Sawyer?
Why don't you take that one, Alex?
Okay. Well, yeah, the zippers actually work really well for sealing. It seems counterintuitive, but they actually, once you pressurize the suits, they actually close more tight. Actually, when you pressurize those, so they have a really tight seal. Now it's not that it's super perfect. Sometimes if you don't zip yourself properly, it can actually leak, of course, and so that's why they do these leak checks, to make sure that everything is actually fitted, that they have all of their zippers properly zipped, right? I guess, and so they have all of those seals correctly sealing their spacecraft, and so now you'll see that those suits will balloon out a little bit as they pressurize, as they fill up with that pressure, but that's totally normal. That's part of the checkouts.
Yeah, well, I believe we haven't seen them balloon out lately, or we haven't seen them balloon out yet, but I believe I was rewatching the Crew-9 coverage the other day, and I was honestly shocked at how much those suits actually balloon out and inflate. But it's cool to see, that they are like real dynamic suits. They're being used to keep them safe. So very cool.
SpaceX Dragon, Section 2, 2.9, tier complete, ready for leak checks.
Yeah, we can hear they're ready for those leak checks. They're going to be checking that their suits are fully sealed. You can see they have their visors closed now.
SpaceX copies, you are go for Section 3, suit leak check.
Please go for Section 3, suit leak check.
I believe that's our pilot, Nichole Ayers, speaking to SpaceX there. She is the astronaut that is closest to the screen there, whose legs are at the center of the screen. That's Nichole Ayers. Sitting to her left, our right, is Commander Anne McClain. Beside Anne McClain is JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi, and then beside Nichole is Roscosmos cosmonaut Kirill Peskov. So hopefully we'll see those suits start to balloon out here. Quick question here. Sawyer, maybe you can take this one. What do the commander and pilot do on these Dragon missions?
That's a good question. So while everything aboard Dragon is technically automated, they do have the ability to take control of the spacecraft in the event that there's an issue with the automation, there's some questions with docking. There are ways for them to take over the flight, do the docking. Otherwise, they're, during launch, monitoring all of the systems. And while the commander does have the final say, the pilot is also trained to be able to fly the spacecraft. In fact, I believe SpaceX on their website used to, if they don't still have, a simulator where you can try the docking yourself.
Yeah, if any of you remember back to Demo 2, I remember whenever they did those manual flying tests with Bob and Doug. That was cool to see. But yeah, good question there. Another good question here, especially as we get later into the count and get closer to propellant loading. Fun fact, Falcon 9 is currently empty. There is, its tanks, that is, are empty. There's no propellant inside of them. Alex, do you want to talk a little bit about why SpaceX chooses to load propellant on Falcon 9 so late? And can the astronauts inside of Dragon feel and hear propellant loading happening beneath them?
Yeah, so Falcon 9 uses subcooled propellants, essentially that liquid oxygen that they load on the first and second stages. It's not loaded at their at its boiling point. It's actually cooled down below that boiling point to densify it and pack more of it in the same volume of tanks. And so that gives Falcon 9 more performance. It can carry more of that propellant up there, and so that is, a boost on their performance of the Falcon 9 rocket. And because of that, they need to load it as late as possible, right? And so that's why propellant load sequence begins at T-minus 35 minutes. The astronauts do hear all of those sounds as the rocket gets filled. All of the creaky noises, because also the rocket shrinks, right? As it gets cold and that metal shrinks and things like that. So they hear all of that venting, all of the fuel and oxidizer being loaded onto the second and first stages. They hear all of those sounds. It gets more active, right? And they do say that you definitely hear all of that as it progresses through that propellant load. I would be very curious to know what it feels like. Although I don't have any intentions to be in that situation. I'm a bit I'm a bit scared of things like that.
Check complete for nominal suits.
SpaceX copies and concurs for good suits. Additionally, at this time, I have an update on the hydraulics issue that LD briefed during the weather briefing, if you're ready to copy.
Let's listen in here to these communications.
All right. The hardware is healthy, but we are currently still evaluating system performance. We want to provide an update no later than T-minus 1 hour. If additional time is needed, the final call just needs to be made prior to LES arm, but still expect an update from us no later than T-minus 1 hour. How copy?
And we copy the update. We'll expect an update prior to 1 hour and understand the constraint with the LES arm. Thank you.
Interesting. Alex, you want to talk a little bit about that real quick, what we just heard?
Yeah, earlier in the count, they had a small hydraulic issue being called out on the nets. And what Launch Control has just told to the astronauts is that they're still looking through
Dragon
that.
SpaceX at this time. Closeout team will perform final closeout steps and exit the capsule. You're go to proceed to Section 4, side hatch close, and report when ready to close the hatch.
Dragon copies. Section 4 and work.
Yeah, and so what that update was about is that it's good now, but they're still working on the issue, right? And so they need to make a final call at T-minus 1 hour or as late as right before the launch escape system is armed, which is at around T-minus 38 minutes. And so they need to make that final call essentially before propellant load.
Cool. Yeah, so we'll keep our eyes and ears out to listen for updates on that situation. I want to hit the support message here from Millen. Store message here saying keep up the coverage. Thank you for that support. And of course, if you are interested in buying some of NSF's merchandise, you can go to shop.nasaspaceflight.com. There you can see our wonderful website there with our Flight 8 patch. Here you can see our thrust collection for Merlin. Of course, Falcon 9 flies with SpaceX's Merlin engines. See our beautiful model, Max Evans, there. All sorts of really cool shirts and merchandise, all related to spaceflight that you can get. Thrusts you can trust. Of course, Falcon 9, one of the most reliable rockets on the market. Here we can see our metal prints, some gorgeous images from our amazing photographers. Some of which are going to be getting some awesome shots of today's launch. You can see that awesome shot from Max there. Beautiful Falcon 9 shots. So, yeah, you can get all of this and more. We have a lot more on our shop at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Wow, that's such an awesome shot. I need to stock up on my metal prints. If I'm being honest, I've slacked a bit on them. So, yeah, get all of these. Browse, look at all of them, get you some shirts, some mugs, some accessories, and more at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Approaching T-minus 2 hours and 15 minutes until the launch of Crew-10. As you can see, all 4 of our astronauts are suited up, strapped into their seats in Endurance. That's the Dragon flying today's mission. They've been going through some communications checks, suit leak checks. They just completed, actually, the suit leak checks. We heard an update from Mission Control on an issue that they're tracking. Regarding a hydraulics issue, they're going to give an update on that later in the count. But yeah, beautiful day out in Florida today. So yeah. Alex, do we want to talk a little bit about what's coming up next? I know they just mentioned that they're getting ready for hatch closure. You want to talk a little bit about what hatch closure looks like, what they are going to have to do? What should we be seeing happening next?
One of the few things that they're probably working on right now is that that seal for the hatch. They probably are looking through all of that systems and everything, because they need to make sure that the seal is essentially clear of any debris or anything that might compromise the sealing of the capsule. And so once they do those checks, they close the hatch, the side hatch of Dragon. And then they start doing leak checks. So they essentially raise a little bit the pressure inside of the capsule, and then they look for any sort of pressure readings going down and things like that, or not stable pressure readings. Then you know that there's some kind of leak right on that seal of the hatch. And then if that were to happen, then they will open again, they will inspect again the seal, and then try to clean it up, make sure that they identify those sorts of things. They have plenty of time right now. They can go up to T-minus 1 hour and 40 minutes with that, and they'll be good for launch. They usually, have a lot of room on their timeline to be able to work out any issues that might arise. And so we've seen this in the past. A few Dragon missions here and there have had an issue maybe with that seal, and then they've been able to solve that very quickly. It's not a, of course we don't want it to be a big deal, but so far it's not being a big deal, of course. And so they have that time baked into the timeline. The latest that they can go through all of this, because these people are helping, get those astronauts on board, preparing Dragon and everything. Those need to be out of the launch pad, right? Because they're going to be loading with propellants that Falcon 9 at T-minus 35 minutes. So all of these processes need to be complete around the T-minus 90 minute mark, which is usually when they exit the launch pad, the crew access arm, and all of those very close locations next to the rocket. They need to depart, of course, around that time, and then prepare the rocket for fueling and launch operations.
Great. Yeah, here we are at T-minus 2 hours, 15 minutes. That was a gorgeous shot there with that sailboat in the background. The photographer and me loved that. Yeah. Awesome. So as we wait for hatch closure here, let's answer some more questions. Alex, we have a question here asking, does Dragon maintain a steady atmospheric pressure throughout the journey to the ISS? And is there any difference in the pressure inside of Dragon compared to that of the ISS?
Normally, they want to keep the atmospheres sort of the same in terms of the composition and the pressures because of that. Except certain missions that you might have heard of recently, like Polaris Dawn, where they actually were flying Dragon, as it was in free flight. The first few days, they started lowering the pressure and increasing the percentage of oxygen in that atmosphere, precisely to prepare for that EVA. But for ISS operations,
Dragon
you actually...
SpaceX for hydraulic checks. Just giving an update that they're about to start an additional set of kinematics tests on the hydraulic system, so you may feel or hear some valves clicking, but this is expected.
Thanks for the heads up.
Yeah, in plain English, they're cycling now those hydraulic systems.
It's cool to hear them kind of give them the heads up, like, hey,
yeah,
you're gonna hear some stuff.
Yeah, but they use the expression kinematic test, something like that, plain English, they're moving the hydraulics.
Yeah.
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 Dragon
Oh.
SpaceX closeout team is taking final steps in prep for side hatch closure. Stand by for transition to pad hatch closed. Ensure all items remain secure from now through launch.
Copy.
There it goes.
There we can see that hatch is closed. They just closed it. They're going to work on locking it and start doing some pressure checks on the capsule here in a bit. Yeah. It's always
So, yeah.
it's cool. Like sometimes whenever they have some different camera angles here in the White Room, but sometimes I see they have like these huge toolboxes full of tools to use to close up on to close the hatch and make sure it's locked. It really cements that there's a lot of work and intricacies into making sure that this is a capsule that's safe to launch humans. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they need to make sure that that hatch will not be open until they are back.
Yeah,
because
that's
the
right.
one that they use, the one that they use for docking is actually up in this sort of view, right? It's up there at the top of the capsule. That's the one that they use for docking and entering the ISS. This hatch needs to be completely sealed and completely safe all the way until splashdown, and so they need to make sure that there's no leaks.
Yeah, it's not as simple as what you see in the movies where they just, open and close a door. It's a lot more complicated than that. So
it's even more complicated than the hatches, or I guess the doors on a plane when you're trying to board, and then the ground crews, they close the door and everything.
Yeah. Cool. Let's hit some support here real quick while we have a minute. Matt with the $5 super chat, asking, what happens should they have to go use the restroom at this point, Alex? Do we know?
They have the appropriate garments for that. Once they reach orbit and they are in a safe state and everything, right? They are able to doff their suits as they say, right? They are able to remove their suits, and then there's facilities on board Dragon for that. They have a toilet on board. I think it's called the Komodo system or something like that they call it. It's a bit weird, but yeah, they have a toilet on board Dragon, and since they are arriving to the ISS in less than 12 hours after launch, they'll be able to also use the facilities on board the station.
Yes. $5 super chat here from 5x5 News, asking, with tonight's sunset at 7:30 and a launch at 7:48, how likely is a jellyfish? A jellyfish. To that I say very likely. I mentioned this earlier, but if you're anywhere on the east coast of the United States, honestly, all the way from Florida up to New York, maybe even like Connecticut or Massachusetts, I would go outside at around 7:40 and look out for this launch. For anybody that's unaware, with the jellyfish effect, what that is where at the launch site the sun will be down, but given that Falcon 9 is launching to space, it's going to fly higher and higher into the sunlight. And what that means is that for us on the ground, the sun is going to illuminate the plume from Falcon 9 and that second stage. And it creates this really pretty bubble jellyfish effect. And it's absolutely gorgeous. And so the likelihood of that happening tonight, assuming an on-time launch, is very high. And so if you're anywhere on the east coast of the U.S., go outside, look for it. You can't miss it, especially if you have good weather, which I know a lot of us here on the east coast do have today. So they really could not have picked a better day to launch. There's beautiful weather in Florida, beautiful weather along the east coast. So yeah, go outside and look for that jellyfish. It's pretty amazing. Ash here, gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you for that support. To those of you in chat that got those memberships, enjoy those perks. Cool. Coming up on T-minus 2 hours and 8 minutes until launch. Sounded like we were going to get a communications there. I guess not. Look at this shot. The sailboat in the background.
Dragon SpaceX, are you ready for comm checks with MD, LD, and DC?
SpaceX Dragon, ready for comm check.
Copy, I'll initiate the teacher's comm check. Dragon SpaceX, comm check.
SpaceX Dragon, loud and clear.
Core, loud and clear. TDRS comm check complete. Stand by for comm checks with DC, MD, and LD in the launch configuration.
Dragon, DC on countdown 1, comm check.
DC Dragon, loud and clear.
DC, loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with MD.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1, comm check.
MD Dragon, loud and clear.
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
MD Dragon, loud and clear.
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with LD. Dragon, LD on countdown 1, comm check.
LD Dragon, loud and clear.
LD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, LD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
LD Dragon, also loud and clear.
LD, loud and clear. Dragon, SpaceX, launch configuration comm checks complete.
Dragon, SpaceX Dragon, copy.
Cool. So we heard there some of those comm checks. Crew talking, or actually the commander, Anne McClain, talking to various SpaceX ground teams. I know we heard launch director, Core, that's sort of the Capcom person you could think about who's back in mission
Dragon,
control.
SpaceX
Speaking of
commencing health
astronauts,
check for launch escape system. Expect momentary flight computer state change, followed by transition back to pad hatch closed.
Dragon, copy.
sounds like there's about to do some checks on that launch escape system on Dragon. Cool. It's always neat hearing them talk back and forth. But yeah, doing those communications checks with various people and through various communications routes to just ensure that teams are always in good communications with Dragon. You don't really want a communications blackout with Dragon except for if it's during reentry. So, yeah. Cool. Ask a few more questions here. Here we go. We have a $5 super chat from Six Strings Impleton asking, does Falcon 9 have engine out capabilities with an instantaneous launch window? Alex, you want to take that one?
Yeah, so we have actually seen this in the past, way early in the program with Falcon 9, back when it had the tic-tac-toe engine configuration. On the CRS-1 mission, during its flight, that Falcon 9 had an engine out. One of the very few times that Falcon 9 has actually had one engine out. And it successfully went up to the station. That Dragon was able to reach the station. It is true that there's an instantaneous launch window, of course, but it's usually this kind of contingencies are baked into the mission planning, into that launch time, right? It's usually the optimal one. But as I was mentioning before, for example, on the current Falcon 9 compared to the one that I just mentioned before with CRS-1, this one has subcooled propellants, a lot more performance and everything, right? So it can even maybe in certain conditions lose two engines and still deliver the payload into the desired orbit and for Dragon to then reach the ISS. Of course, we don't want that to happen, but it's one of those safety features that you have when you have a multi-engine rocket that like Falcon 9, where, well, if for whatever reason you lose one engine, then you can still make your orbit. And so that is a very neat thing to have. And again, even though it's an instantaneous launch window, it is baked into that planning, into that launch window, into that instantaneous launch attempt, that possibility that maybe one engine goes out and then you just recalculate the booster recalculates what length of time it needs to burn, because it's also a reusable booster. What it does to return back to the launch site, as it's planned to do on this mission, is that it reserves some propellant. So if you lose one engine on the way up, you can just not reserve that propellant. You can just keep burning it whatever amount you need to get into orbit. And so that's a very neat thing to have as well with these reusable boosters, where sure, you may have one engine out and then still do your mission. So yep.
And of course, that instantaneous launch window, meaning that they can only launch through the second. We're used to these Starlink missions having a window that they can fly in. Not for this mission. They've got to launch on the dot on the second to ensure that they hit the right trajectory to rendezvous with the ISS in about 12 hours after launch. So, yeah, good question there. Sawyer, do we have you back on comms?
You sure do.
How about a weather update? What's it looking like out there?
Weather-wise, the breeze that was here has died down. Not that it was a big breeze at all. The sun is starting to set, which means we should get gorgeous lighting conditions. And if you're worried about it maybe punching through a cloud and not being able to see it, don't. There's not a single cloud in the sky still.
Yeah. Wow. Look at that shot from Fleet Cam. There is literally not a cloud in the sky. Gorgeous day out in Florida. Yeah, like we've mentioned multiple times, 95%, a greater than 95% chance of good weather at launch time. So, yeah, that's awesome. You're hitting another few questions here as we see them continue to run down this count as we approach T-minus 2 hours to launch. Alex, I know you mentioned there a bit about the booster recovery for these.
Good side hatch leak check.
Nice.
SpaceX Dragon, copy.
Awesome. I know you mentioned a bit about booster recovery there. When is we have a question you're asking, when's the projected time for the booster to return? Because this is a return to launch site landing. This isn't going to be landing on one of SpaceX's drone ships.
Mm-hmm.
So when can we expect, landing to occur? Yeah.
Yeah, the landing should happen about 8 minutes after launch. Let me actually check the exact time from the SpaceX website. They're expecting that first stage landing to happen 7 minutes and 39 seconds into the mission. It's usually 8 minutes or so. That's why I did that rounding, I guess. But yeah, that's essentially 7 minutes and 39 seconds.
And what that means, for those of you that are out at the Cape, going to be watching this launch, is that you're going to be hearing a sonic boom as Falcon 9 comes back to land at LZ-1. So, yeah, be on the lookout for that. Sonic booms are really, really cool. You'll be surprised at how powerful they are. So, those are always really cool. Sawyer, do you want to talk a little bit about what it's like to experience a sonic boom out there, especially given that Falcon 9 is going to be landing a bit further away from where it's actually launching from?
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things where even when you expect it, it still will startle you. You typically get 2, sometimes 3 sonic booms, depending on the conditions. It will start to come down from the sky. You will see that landing burn. And then when you hear it, though, will depend on where you're located. So here at the press site, takes about 10, 15 seconds to get to us. If you're talking about, say, the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex or the Saturn V Center, which I believe are watching our stream, then you will get it relatively close to that, about 15 to 20 seconds after landing. As you get further out into Titusville and Cocoa Beach and surrounding areas, it won't be as loud, but you'll sure still hear it after it lands.
Yeah. Those sonic booms, I've been to 2 Falcon Heavy launches with having the boosters come back to land. And like you said, even though you know it's coming, it still really startles you whenever it actually hits. It's really unlike anything. You've got to just go out and experience it to know what it's like. So, yeah, really, really cool thing that Falcon allows us to experience. Another question here. Sawyer, maybe you want to take this one. There's a question you're asking, because, there's a variety of dragons now. We have 4. We have Endeavor, Resilience, Freedom, and Endurance. And a 5th one on the way. And a question here, we haven't seen Resilience flying a little bit. Is that only being used for private astronaut missions now?
I mean, there is the one spacecraft, as you pointed out, that does Inspiration 4 and did Polaris Dawn. Those had heavy modifications to them. If you may remember, the Inspiration 4 mission had the cupola dome at the top, where the docking adapter is for the other Dragons, and then that was replaced with an EVA hatch for Polaris Dawn, a way for Jared Isaacman to actually step out into space and do a spacewalk. So that one is very heavily modified, and it doesn't seem like they're going to be modifying it back to have a docking adapter. Whereas the other ones are all set with the IDA, it's called International Docking Adapter, that is used on Dragon and at the space station.
Yeah, and that's why we haven't seen Endurance fly any of those private missions. Endurance has only flown to the space station. It flew on Crew 3, it flew Crew 3, Crew 5, and Crew 7. And so it's outfitted to fly to the station. Oh yeah, go ahead.
I have one actually here. Endurance at one point was actually set to fly on the FRAM-2 mission. Now that FRAM-2 mission is going to fly on Resilience, and it's actually already been fitted with a cupola, just like on Inspiration 4. I do think, though, that those modifications can be modified, I guess, to accommodate different hardware. Because it's essentially, the hatch for EVA on Polaris Dawn was on the front of the capsule. That's the same one that they use for docking and things like that. It just had a few modifications to it. But in theory, you can think of that as being replaced by the other hardware. Like, it seems to me that if they wanted to use those for these crew rotation missions, they could. There are other things, though, that are involved on that and are a bit more technical and related to the propulsion systems. For example, this capsule Endurance, it was first supposed to launch on Crew 9. It was not used on Crew 9. Then it was supposed to be used on FRAM-2, and then it was not used on FRAM-2. Then it was supposed to be launched on Axiom 4. It was not used for Axiom 4. They used they're choosing this capsule for this mission precisely so that they could get it off the ground a little bit earlier instead of waiting for C213, the other new capsule that is being brought online. And one of the things is that when it was supposed to launch the FRAM-2 missions or the Axiom 4 mission, this capsule was fitted with flight-proven thrusters. And so one of the processes that NASA had to go through with SpaceX to certify and approve this capsule for launch was looking through those thrusters because they were more used than what NASA is used to. So there are 3 thrusters on this capsule that are flying for a 4th time on this mission, which is a first for NASA. They usually change out these thrusters, and the maximum that they had been allowing or certifying for flight was up to 2 missions on those Draco thrusters. And so this is sort of a first, and it's also part of those modifications that you see for some of the commercial missions. SpaceX can take a little bit more of a risk, I guess, to fly hardware that's been through a bit more cycles of use. And so that's, for example, one of the things that you might see with Resilience, that probably it has a lot more cycles in some of its hardware, and they self-certify that with their SpaceX teams, and they don't need to have other people like NASA, for example, having to certify that sort of systems.
Cool. Thank you for that answer there. Now at T-minus 1 hour and 54 minutes to the launch of Crew-10, you can see there they've got that hatch almost entirely closed. There you can see our astronauts inside of Endurance there. Gonna hit some support here. We have Steve here gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you for your support. And Steve also becoming a Red Team member. I hope you enjoyed those membership perks. And as always, thank you for supporting our channel. We wouldn't be able to bring you these awesome shots of our astronauts in Endurance and our shot here of Falcon 9 and Endurance on the pad if it wasn't for your continued support. So thank you guys. Sawyer, question for you here. We have 4 astronauts flying to the space station today. However, there's already 7 astronauts on the space station already. What's the maximum amount of crew members that the space station can accommodate?
Comfortably, we'll say about 10. We have seen back in the shuttle days when they would be doing crew handoffs and things, we've seen as many as 14 or 15 crew members. But typically nowadays, it's about 10 or so comfortably, keeping in mind that even in that configuration, you would need some people sleeping in their capsule as opposed to one of the nice, cozy crew cabins that they have, so to speak, there. So, right now, the typical is about 7.
Cool, and that's what we see right now for each of these expeditions. Of course, this crew flying up to join Expedition 72. However, following Crew 9's departure with Nick Hague, Alexander Gorbunov, Suni Williams, and Butch Wilmore, as well as the arrival and leaving of 2 Soyuz missions, will officially begin Expedition 73. So, yeah, ISS operations never stop. I have a question here asking, what direction will Falcon 9 be flying out of the Cape? Alex or Sawyer, do you want to talk a little bit about where Falcon 9 is going to be flying in the sky and to what specific orbit it's going to be flying Dragon to?
Sure,
Yeah.
I can take that. Oh, who wants it?
Oh.
Alex, you want it?
You take it, Sawyer. I've already talked too much.
All right. So this one will be launching towards the northeastern portion of the sky, and that has to do with the inclination of the International Space Station. That is at 51.6 degrees. So what we mean by inclination, in case you're unaware, in terms of going around the equator, that would be a 0-degree inclination. Then as you tilt it for each degree, that's kind of how slanted the orbit is. So this one would be going to the northeast, slanted 51.6 degrees. So essentially, anyone that is along the northeastern part of the United States, in fact, most of the east coast of the United States and parts of Newfoundland, you have a chance to see this launch. And in particular, given the time of night, the plume will be extra expansive and extra lit up in what we call a jellyfish effect. So absolutely go outside if you can, take a look, and please, if you do see it, send it to us on our socials.
Yes. We love seeing, obviously, all the images from the photographers out in Florida and stuff, but we also love seeing what these launches look like as from around the world. You know, especially, as you mentioned, here on the East Coast of the United States tonight, we're probably going to have a pretty good light show from this launch. So everybody loves to see spaceflight happening, and so we like to see that too. So let us know if you see that, tag us with it in all of our socials, X, Instagram, Blue Sky, TikTok, anywhere that we have a social media page in. Yeah, we'll be sure to take a look at it. You see that beautiful Florida golden hour light illuminating 39A there with Dragon Endurance and Falcon 9 on the pad. Beautiful, just beautiful day. As Sawyer mentioned earlier, not a cloud in the sky, greater than 95% chance of good weather at launch. So yeah, assuming all is well with both the vehicle and the crew, I think we're trekking towards an on-time launch here at 7:48 p.m. Eastern Time. So very cool. Now, I know we mentioned there, Sawyer, a bit about crew rotations there. Do you want to talk? I know we talked about this earlier in the broadcast, but in case anybody else is new here, and it's also just kind of a confusing situation, do you want to talk a bit about Crew 9 and what's happening there? Because obviously the Boeing crewed flight test astronauts are still on the station. Do you want to talk a bit about what to expect in the coming weeks as we switch from Expedition 72 to Expedition 73 in terms of crew arrivals and departures from the ISS?
Sure. So, as pointed out, this one will be launching with 4 people on board. I know there are people saying, wait, this is supposed to be rescuing the astronauts who, first off, are not stranded, but most importantly, their capsule is there and has been there since Crew 9 arrived. The Crew 9 mission only arrived with 2 astronauts on it. So, those 2 empty seats were left for Butch and Sunny to return. Now comes the question of getting everyone back home. So, in theory, this should be docking if we have an on-time launch tonight at about 6 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. That's 10 UTC. They will then do a little handover, get acclimated, everything like that. And then, once they're all set, the 4 Crew 9 astronauts, including Butch and Sunny from the Starliner mission, will hop on board the Crew 9 Dragon Endurance, and then they will head home, undocking currently scheduled for this coming Sunday, I believe, the 16th at 9 a.m. Eastern, 1300 UTC, splashing down in either the Gulf or the Atlantic Ocean a couple hours after that.
Cool. Yeah, ISS arrival and departure schedules overlap a lot, so it can get really kind of confusing at times, especially whenever you factor in how many astronauts are on the ISS and flying back and forth. So,
Yep.
thank you for
And on
that
top-
clarification.
And
Yeah,
on
go
top
ahead.
of the human missions, they also have to schedule the cargo missions, right? And
Yes.
sometimes, your cargo spacecraft gets damaged on transit, right? We had that Cygnus spacecraft got a bit
No, that's not on you.
damage. Hot
No,
mic,
that's not.
Sawyer.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Hot
You have a
mic.
hot mic there.
Oh, I'm
But yeah,
sorry. I was muted. I should have. Anyway.
All good,
but
Sawyer.
but
But
yeah,
actually,
we have
Alex,
those dragons going up and coming back down. There's progress, and then there's also Cygnus as well that you have to bake into all of the timelines and everything.
yeah, Alex, we actually good segue. We have a question here asking, can Cargo Dragon be converted to Crew Dragon and vice versa? What are the differences between Cargo Dragon and Crew Dragon?
As far as we know, it's not that easy to do such a thing. They just build in differently. Things like the welds, the structure of each of the capsules is a little bit different, precisely to optimize the volume inside of the Cargo Dragon to carry cargo and volume inside of Crew Dragon to carry crew. And so things like that, to my knowledge at least, from all that we have heard from SpaceX officials, it will not be possible. Although you never want to figure out if you can actually do that, because if you are in such a situation, either your fleet is very thin, right, on cargo or crew capsules, and thankfully that's not the case right now. But yeah, or you have another weird situation going on, and definitely we don't want to be in that situation.
Yeah. All right. Well, we are coming up on the T-minus 1 hour and 45-minute mark to launch. As you can see there in the upper right, there's Mission Control in the upper left, there's Mission Control in Houston. Not at SpaceX, that's at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. In the middle there, you can see Falcon 9 and Dragon on the pad, and then in the top right, you can see our 4 astronauts inside Endurance, all suited up. They've got that hatch closed, are working on doing some pressure checks, and hopefully we'll hear that closeout teams are going to be leaving the pad here shortly, and we can start getting into the business end of the countdown. And to lead you through the business end of that countdown is going to be Mr. Gene Rowley. Gene, I know you spoke with us a little bit earlier when I had to step away, but how are you doing?
I am so excited for this launch, Hagen. I got to be honest. This is my first crewed launch. I've watched everything with NSF going back, but seeing these astronauts in the capsule on top of B-1090 on its second flight, it's just so exciting and a little stressful. I mean, let's be honest, we're launching humans, and you watch SpaceX going through all of their checks, and they got to be so perfect, and NASA has to follow the checklist, which is probably a mile long, because this is really, really important when they send these astronauts to the ISS. So Hagen, thank you so much for hosting earlier, and man, you did a great job. Joining today for this launch is the one and only Alicia Siegel, host of This Week in Spaceflight. Be sure to watch every Friday to get your weekly dose of spaceflight news from around the world. Alicia.
Hi. Thanks, Gene.
Hi. This is awesome.
I know. I'm super pumped. It's been a second, guys, since I've been on one of these. I gotta say, I think the last one I was looking back, I think the last one was the eclipse. So, oh God, almost a year ago now. Sorry, I've been a little busy, but I'm so excited to be joining you all. I also absolutely love crewed launches. They are so exciting. There's so much emotion. This is just so exciting to be able to watch them through all of those, the suiting up, the card games and the car drive and the lean back and all of that. I just love all of these astronaut traditions that we've had for so many years. And I love seeing how they each kind of have their own little spin on it. And, just getting to know some of the stories behind these astronauts. And also, I just really love talking about like the science that they're going to be doing as well. So I'm super pumped to be on here with you guys. We are going to be counting you down to liftoff, and also getting a peek at whatever that zero-G indicator is coming up soon. Don't go anywhere.
It's so good to have you on air, Alicia. I gotta say,
Thanks.
it's nice.
Silence. I think, Jane, you might have muted yourself. Yeah, thanks. I'm excited to be here, though. Seriously, guys, this is going to be great. And Sawyer, you're out in the field as well now. So what's it like out there at the moment for you?
I mean, at the moment, the sun continuing to set behind the buildings here. The lighting is spectacular. The countdown clock at an hour and 42 minutes-ish to go. There is still not a single cloud in the sky. The breeze is very mild. So, in theory, these should be beautiful conditions here. And the last official forecast that we saw was greater than 95% chance of favorable weather here at the Cape for launch and the return to launch site landing. The question, of course, will be ascent corridor winds that they keep an eye on. The risk for that was moderate. In the event that they need to abort, the winds are a little on the higher side along the Atlantic Ocean. But hopefully, all will proceed well in an hour 41.
And hopefully we get that beautiful jellyfish too. I know
Yeah,
everyone's out
looking
there
forward to
really
that.
excited. Yeah.
I know Sawyer's been talking about it all launch, and we'll see when we also have Max out there with his cameras. We have Julia. She's got her set up. So we're going to see some amazing footage and some amazing photographs from our talented photographers in the field. You know, one of the things that I like having you, Alicia, on stream is we talk to Alex and we talk to Sawyer, and they answer all the technical questions from, you know, the folks that are watching on our YouTube stream. But you get to answer a lot of questions that are more human spaceflight, that are more astronaut related. And I've always wanted to be an astronaut since I was a little kid.
Me too.
So my first
Dragon
my first
SpaceX,
question
the
to
closeout
you
team
is,
has departed the crew arm.
there's the call out for the crew arm being evacuated.
Yes,
You'll see
Dragon,
that.
copy.
We're at the
You'll
point
see that
now,
pullback.
Gene, we're at the point now where we're going to be interrupted a lot with these, by the way.
Yeah, I know. So my question to you is, and you might not know this, but how are, in fact, Khaled wanted to know this as well. How are certain astronauts assigned to certain missions? How does that work? Is there a rotation? Are they just luck?
I think there is probably a little bit of luck to it, but I think it has to do specifically with like what your background is. I know I had a chance to talk with from Crew 4. We had someone on there who her background was in geology. And so, you know, they were looking at her specifically for being able to look at things for like lunar samples in the future, for example, with the Artemis program. So I think it has a lot to do with, you know, what your specialties are, what your background is, and then also just the timing as well in terms of your training. We're seeing now 2 of our astronauts on here. We've got Nichole Ayers, of course, and Kirill Peskov. This is their first time flying, so their backgrounds, well, actually all 4 of them, they're pilots specifically in training, but they're having their first experiences up there. And then we've got the other 2 who have already been up to the ISS before. They're having specific experiments they're going to be working on as well. One of the things actually is the Cypher program. This is something where they have an extended medical analysis. So this is now actually going to be Anne McClain's second time doing the Cypher analysis. So they're going to be able to have some long-term studies with her experiments too. Which is cool. But yeah, just to answer your question, they get assigned, I think, based on, again, timing, luck, of course, but also really their backgrounds and their experiences and what they're going to be needing to use them for.
And we're going to talk more about some of the experiments that they're taking up to the ISS, some of the experiments they're currently doing on the ISS. And it's such a treat to have Alicia. So chat, let's show Alicia some love.
Aw.
Let's get some messages at NASA Spaceflight and some specific questions that only Alicia can answer at NASA Spaceflight. Look, I'm going to abuse this. I'll be honest. Having you
I see
for the next
somebody
90
in
minutes.
chat. Somebody in chat was asking what earrings I'm wearing today. Only I can answer that, Gene. To answer your question, everyone, I have little mini dragon capsules, obviously, for today. So I don't wear them very often because they're kind of small. They don't really read on screen very well for This Week in Spaceflight, but I thought this would be appropriate.
Well, you know, again, if you're not watching This Week in Spaceflight, you'll see she wears earrings every week.
I do.
It's kind of part of the fun of watching what we call twists every Friday evening. Sawyer, are you still out there with us are you at the press site?
Yes, I am currently at the NASA press site.
And are you just yelling at people and commanding them, telling them what to do? You're just kind of like the overlord of the press site. You go over there. You focus that camera.
I am the chairman of NSF apparently here, so no,
right.
we're just making sure to be able to provide the best views to you possible, getting all the things worked out here in the back channel so that when it comes to launch, we are set.
And on your screen right now, you see booster 1090, hopefully launching off here in about 1 hour and 37 minutes. On its second flight, it currently flew the OMB mPOWER mission number 4. I don't remember if I did that one or not. There's just so many missions all kind of run together. We've got some pictures from the team that we can kind of cycle through from the different positions of where everybody is, and you'll get to see their perspectives. And we'll roll through those as we kind of talk over what we see here. Let's see. We've got Julia. It's a beautiful day for a crew launch in the lower right-hand corner with some sunset. Oh, nice zoom out. Kevin's got some new toys in the control room, guys. He's got new. Is that sunrise? Sunrise. Yeah.
Sunrise.
Sorry, it's been a long day. Lower left-hand corner, you see the crew access arm. That's going to be pulling away as we get interrupted from the SpaceX and NASA loop. And then, of course, some different shots from all over. I love the one in the upper right-hand corner, that close-up shot. Everybody has their favorites. Now, is the one in the upper middle, is that you, Sawyer? Or that's too close? Or you zoomed in?
I mean, we have a decent zoom on our camera out here. Right now, it is set on a fixed view so that we don't accidentally shake anything. So,
yeah.
But these are Max's photos from remote camera setup earlier that we're seeing.
Oh, okay.
In the bottom, it's the big box in the bottom right.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. He got a bird. Where's Gage? Where's the bird lovers in chat?
Amazing.
They're going to give you the bird. They're going to spam Nightbot now. I wish I was down there. I wish I could get this close. I don't have credentials like some people. Sawyer, Max.
Well, we do this to be able to bring you the views. That's why. So while it may not be a public viewing spot, there are definitely places that you can view it from. We have a video on the YouTube channel for NSF of how to watch a rocket launch. So there are public viewing areas. There's also viewing at the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex. They have on-site as well as at the Saturn V Center where they have tickets to view. And I believe our streams are on there. So a shout out to everybody that is watching at KSCVC.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for watching. Obviously, these shots are taken with high power lenses, and you don't want to be anywhere near that rocket when it goes off, except in the capsule. Who wants to be in the capsule with me? That's what I want to know. Come on, chat. Alicia, are we flying to space? Let's go. You can be the mission commander.
Das and I actually talk about this all the time, how we need to get cameras, in a capsule, and we need to just broadcast from space sometime. That would be amazing.
I want to be a mission specialist. It's actually what I wanted to do before I joined the military and so on and so on. But I wanted to be a mission specialist because, look, you can actually see Kirill Peskov here. He's on the left. Is he taking a nap? Because that's what I would be doing. Because they just kind of like,
that has happened
it's a thing.
In previous crew launches. We've definitely seen what looks like some of the crew members falling asleep. This is a long process. They were up early this morning. Traditionally, usually they have steak and eggs for breakfast, and possibly cake. Again, this is a tradition that started all the way back with Alan Shepard. And also, of course, depending on when your launch is, your breakfast might be for dinner, So they've eaten their low residue meal. That means they don't poop and stuff. And then, of course, they've got the whole suiting up process. They played their cards. The convoy, we're seeing some amazing photos here of the Teslas, of course, in the convoy. They've been through a lot already. So, yeah, if you're sitting in a capsule for 2 hours waiting for go, why not take a nap? Why not sneak it in there?
And you saw there's some of those amazing shots.
Yeah, the first one of the convoy where you saw the cars lining up, that was a shot from Julia. So shout out to her getting spectacular shots as well. The last two were mine, and all the ones before that were Max.
Yeah. Yep. And they went right past you guys. So NSF exclusive cameras. I love the black Model X's with their gull wing doors and the pomp and circumstance about launching humans into space. It never gets old. And Alicia, you were talking about some of the traditions.
Yeah.
And I know earlier on the stream, they were talking about, they play a round of cards and they place their stickers and there's all these things.
Yeah.
Are they adding new traditions as we keep going into human space flight, or are these things that were set down in Apollo and Mercury and?
It's a little of both. So, like I said, a lot of these were started with Alan Shepard, 1961, right? His very first flight, his first meal, right? Okay, then the whole lean back thing that also comes from that too. The card playing. Supposedly it's either blackjack or like 5-card poker with the tech crew until the commander loses a hand. I think Sawyer mentioned that earlier. A lot of those traditions origins are kind of a mystery, but they think that the card playing would have started with the Gemini era. So of course with 2 people on board. In the suiting up room, there are these couches that they historically always had in there, and of course now with the SpaceX era, they've got their own sort of seats that they suit up in. But I do believe that the recliners are still in the room, which is very cool. And then there's a bunch of other things too. I mean, again, the leaning back thing, we always like to get that shot. There's that final phone call, the signing on the wall that we saw closer to them loading into the capsule. Those things are a little bit newer. Obviously, we didn't have such high, loading in with needing, the phone call and everything. And the wall, of course, is new. They've replaced that over the years. There's some other cute traditions like beans, for example. There's a lovely tradition at Kennedy that started with the shuttle era, where cornbread and beans were served after a successful launch. This is, of course, after launch. There's the cutting of the necktie for anyone who is new on console, which we saw with Charlie Blackwell Thompson during the Artemis mission. She even wore a tie to get it cut just for that. And she actually had a chance to come to the Intrepid, and we asked her about that too, and she was like, "Oh, it was such an honor." So that harkens back to just an aviation tradition where pilots' shirt tails are cut after their first solo flight. So that's like a cute thing. Because we have Kirill Peskov on here, there's actually some interesting Russian traditions too. I don't know that these necessarily happen for US-based launches, but perhaps, when they launch at Baikonur, at the Cosmodrome, first of all, it's considered bad luck for the crew to see their ship wheeled out of the hangar, so they're actually kept away from the staging area until takeoff. But sometimes people will put coins on the rails to be flattened along there. I don't know if anyone out there has ever done that with like a train or something. Also, typically the spacecraft leaving Baikonur are blessed by an Orthodox priest. There's a lot of Russian rituals about Yuri Gagarin, who of course was the first man in space, Soviet cosmonaut. That really actually starts about 2 weeks before the launch. They go to his office, they sign a guest book, they leave carnations at the foot of the Kremlin where he's supposedly buried, all sorts of things. And then also, of course, there's this thing about how they pee on the back wheel of their vehicle. I don't know if you've heard of this. Apparently, when Yuri Gagarin was going out in 1961, he had to go to the bathroom, and so he relieved himself on the back right tire of their vehicle. And literally, as a tribute, now the bus trip to Baikonur launch pad incorporates a stop where the crew members pee on the back right bus tire. So that's fun. I don't know if Johnny Kim is going to do that when he goes up a little bit later on the Soyuz mission, but
I
it'd be
believe so.
interesting. I wish we could actually stream from there too. I'd love to see their traditions as well. But yeah, there's definitely a lot in America that we do, which are just so much fun. And of course, yeah, the vehicles, with the launch or with the license plates, how they're different. These are things that we've incorporated as the years have gone off, with more modern things too. I'm sure we'll have plenty more as the years progress as well. But it's fun to see them build shoulders of giants.
I'm feeling a documentary video on space launch traditions. Kevin, write that one down.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. That would be fun.
By the way, in case people are wondering, for the female astronauts, they bring some with them. So, and in terms of you're mentioning the license plates for these Teslas that drive by, each of them get a custom number plate that they will put on the back depending on the mission.
Did you catch all 3 of them this time, Sawyer?
I saw the liftoff with the 10. Was what it was. It was LIF10FF for Crew-10.
Yeah, that was a question Lords of Random wanted to know if we got all 3 of them. I didn't see the other 2. I saw the one that you're talking about, but I didn't see them.
I thought they all said that, but let me double check through my pictures.
Why don't you double check that, and I'll thank some folks for their support. Chris W. gifting a Red Team. Thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. We appreciate your support. Omega Survival, thank you for that super chat. Says, hi, Gene. Hi, Omega Survival. How are you? By the way, I just thought of something. We need a sound effect when we start talking about traditions from like Fiddler on the Roof, where it's like tradition, and every time we talk about a tradition, you just hit that sound effect. Kevin, make that happen.
Nice.
By the way, they both Vehicle 1 and 2 had the same number plate, LIF10FF.
There you go. Liftoff. Corey Lane Carruthers, $20 super chat. Thank you. At NASA Spaceflight. This one's for you, Alicia. Where do you buy your cool earrings?
Oh my gosh. People ask me that all the time. If you catch like an after hours stream, usually I answer the question. I get them all over the place, honestly. Amazon, Etsy, whatever, like I just always have my eyes open, and I actually also get gifted them too. People are so generous, and they actually will like send them to me. If you've seen me wear the Starship ones, actually, that was a gift. The guy that runs Launch Pins, he's such a nice guy. I was talking to him because I was thinking about turning his Starship pins into earrings because I'm just waggy like that. And he was like, well, they're kind of heavy. I don't know. And I was like looking, I was like, all right. And he's like, but you just gave me an idea. And so I kid you not, he actually sent me like a prototype of the Starship earrings that I believe he actually still sells in his shop now too. Which is also where he gifted me these Crew Dragon capsule ones too. So you can, if you just look around, you can find them. But a lot of them are custom made. I've actually also custom made a few myself. But you only ever really see me from, shoulders up for twists. So I thought, why not make it fun and try to theme it with the topics.
Let's see. Let's roll through. Guys, on your screen, you can see the vehicle on the left there. And then on the right, you see the 4 astronauts. And we're going to roll through their bios real quick and talk about who they are. And we've got Mission Commander Anne McClain, Animal McClain.
That's
203 days in space, 2 EVAs selected as part of NASA Group 21 in 2013. Now, wasn't she a colonel in the Army?
She was. She
Am I
was a
right?
colonel in the
Yeah.
Army. She's a master Army aviator, specifically in helicopters. Test pilot with over 2,400 flight hours. And fun fact, I actually have a connection to her. It's sort of a 2 degrees of Kevin Bacon. But my brother-in-law, my sister's husband, actually went to West Point with her. The U.S. Military Academy. They both flew the OH-58 Delta helicopter known as the Kiowa Warrior. He was a year ahead of her, but he definitely like knew her. He said she was super smart. She actually got a Marshall Scholarship. She flew in combat, but they didn't overlap in their time in combat. But yeah, he actually knew her, which I think is so cool. But yeah, she's insanely smart, insanely talented. Former member of the U.S. Women's National Rugby Team.
Nice.
And I mentioned before, this is her second time in space. She was a flight engineer during Expeditions 58 and 59. She did 2 spacewalks, totaling 13 hours and 8 minutes. And since then, she's served in a few roles. She was branch chief and space station assistant to the chief of NASA's astronaut office. And yeah, she's going up again now as commander, which is very exciting.
Nice. That is quite the resume. And then we have mission pilot Nichole Ayers from the United States. This is her first space flight.
Yeah, she was a major.
They call her Vapor.
That's right.
I like that.
She's from the U.S.
Selected as
Air
part of
Force.
NASA Group 23 in 2021. And she was a major in the U.S. Air Force. I didn't know that. That's cool.
So we have 2 different branches represented there.
Let's see. What else do we have on Alicia? What else do we have on Nichole?
So she
Dragon
has over
SpaceX for post-ingress briefing.
1,400 flight hours. She
SpaceX Dragon, go ahead.
Just wanted to give you a quick update. We are still discussing the hydraulic system performance. They did finish those kinematics tests and they look nominal, but we are still in discussions and evaluating the system for flight readiness. But otherwise, F9 and Dragon are tracking no other issues for flight.
SpaceX Dragon, crew copies all. Thank you.
good to hear. All right.
That
so
is
we're
good
still
to hear.
holding up.
I
Still
did
holding
zone
off on
out
that.
there. Yeah, okay. So we are holding off, and I'm sorry I keep talking over you. We are holding off we're getting a call in the T1 hour about the hydraulics, right?
That's right. But otherwise, everything looking good. So that's great.
Awesome.
But yeah, Nichole Ayers, she's actually the first member of NASA's 2021 astronaut class named to Crew. And again, this is her first space flight. That class was the Flies. And she said that she is flying something on this mission for the Flies, her astronaut class. I'm very intrigued to see what that will be. Maybe it's the zero-G indicator. We don't know. And she also said she's flying some holiday socks up as a personal item. She said she celebrates, she's very cryptic, a certain holiday, and she has special socks that she's excited to show her crewmates. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, well, you guys aren't going to be up there, when you get to like the big American holidays at the end of the year. So what holiday? What holiday do you think she's talking about? We got St. Patrick's Day, Easter, July 4th. Memorial Day. I mean, if they're not going to be there till September, right? So it's not going to be like Arbor Day or Labor Day. I'm thinking maybe also it could be like Earth Day, or maybe like she's a big Star Wars fan, so maybe like May the 4th on Star Wars Day. I don't know. I have no idea. But she's bringing socks. That's all I know.
That would be fun. May the 4th be with you, because they're going to be up there for that.
Right? Like an astronaut should love Star Wars, right? I would think.
Of
I know you're a
course.
Star Trek person, though. Sorry. I'm more of a Star Wars person.
I like them both. But I do lean Star Trek. I really do. And there's for various reasons. All right, let's move over to Takuya Onishi from Japan. This is second space flight and one of the mission specialists.
Yes, Takuya Onishi, mission specialist. So he became a JAXA astronaut in 2009. He is a former co-pilot on Boeing 767s. And so again, this is his second flight. In 2016, he was a flight engineer for expeditions 48 and 49. He spent 113 days in space, and then he went back and decided that he wanted to, he said that he found it a little bit difficult to work with the other side being like the flight directors. And so he decided to go and become a flight director himself, or as the Japanese call it, J-Flight. And so he actually served as flight director over there until January of this year. So now going up, he feels he, has a much better handle on both sides of the ISS and thinks, he can do an even better job this time around. So it'll be interesting to see his reflections on that, after the fact. But he is the first Japanese astronaut to robotically capture the Cygnus cargo spacecraft. And he, when he goes up, will actually become the ISS commander. So he's going to be the third Japanese ISS commander. That'll be for the first half of Expedition 73 while he's up there.
And apparently has an asteroid named in his honor.
Which is cool. I also have an asteroid named after me. So I saw that earlier and I was like, yes, that's so cool. That's amazing. Yeah, mine is also my name too, which is really cool. You can look it up in the JPL database and everything. It's so cool. It's like my favorite thing.
That's cool. I want to look that one up. Very, very cool. And then we also have mission specialist Kirill Peskov on his first space flight from Russia, one of our two mission specialists.
Yep, selected in 2018 as a cosmonaut. Prior, he was also a co-pilot on the Boeing 757 and 767 aircrafts for some airlines in Russia. And he was assigned a test cosmonaut in 2020 and has additional experience in things like skydiving, zero-G training, scuba diving, and wilderness survival as well. He said he's bringing up a model of an airplane as one of his personal items. But he wasn't very forthcoming. Somebody in one of the press conferences also asked, did you get any tips from any of your colleagues about flying on the Dragon spacecraft? And he goes, yep. And that was it. So everyone was like, okay. So he hasn't been too talkative, I suppose, in these things. But I think that, it might just be like the Russian training. They're a little bit more quiet in terms of that stuff. But yeah, he's extremely experienced as well. This will be his first space flight. So we have 2 newbies and 2 veterans on here.
And it's interesting you bring up the language. It's when Americans go to Russia or went to Russia for training, they do learn Russian, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
These go ahead.
Nichole Ayers, I think actually also minored in Russian language, I believe, when she was in school as well. But
So
yeah, it's an important thing because there's so many. It's an international space station, absolutely.
And then when they come here, obviously they speak English. Or did we see some interpreters in the suit room?
He had interpreters during the press conferences, but I'm sure he also has like, a decent understanding of English as well.
And that was actually a question from Archie Rush about the languages. And thank you for that. And you can send in your questions at NASA Spaceflight. And be sure to hit the thumbs up button. And as we come up to 1 hour and 17 minutes, T-minus 1 hour and 17 minutes, I'm going to bring Alex back into the conversation because this is an instantaneous window, Alex. Normally for other Falcon 9 missions, we have, a launch window. Talk to us specifically about why we have an instantaneous window for this, and also where the rocket is going. I know it's not going east like it normally does. It's on a different trajectory, trying to catch the ISS. Right? Talk us through that.
Yeah, it needs to catch up with the orbit of the ISS, and so it needs to precisely launch when it needs to eventually, once it reaches orbit, it needs to be on that same plane of the orbit. So essentially, if you can imagine, the Earth as a globe, standing out there in space and everything, then you have the orbit of the ISS is sort of like a hula hoop, right, around the Earth at a 51.6 degree inclination to it. And so you have another hula hoop, the one of representing the orbit of the Crew Dragon, that needs to be in that same inclination and right underneath of that other hula hoop, so to speak, of the ISS. I know it's very silly, maybe the comparison with the hula hoop, but that probably is a very simple explanation of how that looks like when you try to plot that in 3D space. And that's why it's orbital mechanics, right? It's rocket science. It's very complicated, and so you need to precisely launch at that time in order for that 8.5 minute ascent into orbit. Once they drop off and get into that orbit, they need to be in that same alignment with the orbit. Then, as it is in space and whatnot, then Dragon will fire its thrusters to get closer and closer to the ISS and get into that rendezvous moment where it approaches, then docks and everything. But yeah, that's the whole reason. For that matter, there you can see that ground track of the station. One important thing to say though, as I was saying before, the rocket launches when the orbit of the ISS, that hula hoop that I was mentioning, is right above the launch site. However, the ISS can be anywhere in that orbit. So for example, while the orbit itself is above the launch site, the ISS may be over New Zealand, for example, at the time of launch. Eventually, because Dragon is lower and closer to the Earth, it's circling around the Earth faster than the ISS because it's closer. And so eventually it'll catch up to the ISS. And so that's what they do usually. They maintain that lower orbit for a little bit, and then they raise once they are closer to the ISS. Once that separation in the ground track is closer, then they are able to raise themselves up. That relative velocity shrinks, and eventually, we get to the point of, at the time of docking, the relative velocity between the ISS and Dragon is like less than a meter per second. And so very coordinated, space ballet, if you will, right? And so a lot of calculations, but again, it's one of those things that you may see out there if you see one of these ground track views that we're seeing here from ESA. You may see that at time of launch, maybe the ISS is not passing right above the launch site. For today's mission, though, since it's a very short time between launch and rendezvous, it's very likely that it's actually going to be very close. But if it were, for example, in New Zealand or something like that, don't be surprised or anything. It's just they are launching when the orbit is above the launch site, not when the ISS is above the launch site. We have a very neat video coming up soon. We're preparing that. It's going to take a while, but we're going to be talking about that on a separate video very soon on NSF's channel.
It is
another thorough quick. Alex answer. Go ahead, Alicia.
It is relatively quick. Yeah, they're docking tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. Eastern. So just about 12 hours from now, if things go according to plan.
And hopefully everything does go according to plan 1 hour and 13 minutes from now. Chaos Forever, thank you for that super chat. The next flight is going to be NSF Crew. What say you, Alicia? I say yes.
Yes. Yes. And then all
Alex
the other
probably
ones
says
that
no.
slipped because of because of
I'll
all the
wave
other
at you from the
delays
ground.
that we had. Yeah.
Sawyer, what do you say? You riding to space with us?
Well, I don't know about Sawyer, but Julia will come to
Oh,
space with you.
Julia.
Yeah. Join us.
Hey, Julia.
I'm on board.
So Julia's on board for the next one. I'm going to save this question for Alicia here in a second. Boo, thank you so much. A store message. Keep up the great work. Amazing streaming quality and product quality. Let's see what Boo picked up from the store at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. And then Space Worm, got the flight, pre-ordered the Flight 8 patch. Those are dwindling. Those sold like gangbusters. There's probably just a few left. And then Space Worm gifting a Red Team membership. Thank you so much. Those memberships are super important. And as Alicia said earlier, there are like before and after show streams that she talks about potentially in her, her earrings and so on. And if you join us, become a member, Capcom and above, you get access to our Discord and there's the member streams and multi-view and all that kind of good stuff. So be sure to check that out. Now, Alicia, there's a special question for you.
Oh, goodness.
Sean M sends in a super chat and says, what exactly is a low residue meal? You mentioned it earlier.
Yes, I'd love to talk about low residue diets. It's exactly what it sounds like. There's not a lot of residue after your meal if you're picking up what I'm putting down. So this is again something that they started with very early on in the space program. You're putting in nutrition, but you don't want to put out a lot of waste, like material waste, if you can help it. So
countdown for crew awareness in about 1 minute here. We'll be starting RP1 bleed. I expect pressing and venting from the vehicle.
Ooh, we're about to start. We're also at about the hour, coming up on the hour, so we should be hearing about that hydraulic issue as well. But yeah, low residue diet, essentially they started off, with like space diapers that were called maximum absorbency garments. They're still in use today, but it's exactly what it sounds like. It's food that, trying to say this nicely, it's food that will not create a lot of material waste after you eat it. Because they got to get rid of that
Julia,
somehow.
They do. They have to get rid of that somehow. I love this. This is a helicopter shot around the booster. You can see the capsule on top. That is fantastic. And you're going to be hearing more of the SpaceX feed. And of course, we'll stop and try to not talk over that so we get those call outs, which is really fun to kind of get in the control room with them and hear the conversations between the astronauts in the capsule and, of course, the control room. So, Julia, I did want to come to you. I wanted to talk briefly about the weather. We're seeing beautiful, beautiful skies in the background. Look at it, just glinting off the water. Now, where exactly are you right now?
I am at the KSC press site. So, basically on the lawn, looking at these gorgeous views that you are looking at. And Jean, you are not wrong. It is still a gorgeous day here out on the Space Coast. No real clouds to be seen. The moon is just now rising. 73 degrees, low humidity, and potential for a jellyfish. So I call that an excellent forecast.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Now, you say you're on the lawn at the press site, and you've got some pretty amazing views. And you're listening in. I said SpaceX earlier; it's mission control, obviously. You've got some really amazing views of this rocket.
I sure do. It's just a couple, well, maybe about 3 miles away from me right now. So yeah, I'm about as close as you can get unless you have some special ticket from the visitor center that somehow I don't think you can really get closer.
Well, here's the thing.
Maybe Banana River viewing.
The helicopter's going around the rocket, so you're going to be in one of these shots. So wave, throw something in the air. I know you're 7 miles away or 6 miles away, but wave really furiously. We'll see. But look at those other space launch complex in the background. What a fantastic shot.
It's a beautiful day out today for this. Wow.
And Jean, I know you can speak a lot to how magical Boca Chica is, but let me tell you how magical Cape and KSC are. To be watching rockets launch from pads that launched other historical missions that brought us to this point, kind of a new space race, the commercial space era. So it's really neat watching a pad that has flown not only Apollo, but Shuttle and now Falcon and Falcon Heavy. and
You
crew.
see there,
which is-
as you say that, we're seeing
Absolutely.
that Starship Tower there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Soon to launch
that's
Starship
coming
as well.
soon.
Yeah.
Coming
It's
soon.
going to be really special. Alicia, you had mentioned earlier something about the patch also being special. If we bring that up, you talk us through some of the elements of that.
Sure. Yeah. Well, speaking of, traditions and history and whatnot, so this is the 170th patch to represent a NASA astronaut mission since 1965. And interestingly enough, again, speaking of kind of the more modern era, this crew patch is the first to have actually had an idea inspired by AI. So Nichole Ayers spearheaded the design. She worked with the four of them, obviously, but she also recognized that she was, in her own words, a mathematician, not an artist. So she and her husband actually sat down and started using AI imaging software to brainstorm a few designs that represented the mission, and then took it to Johnson's head graphic designer, who then created the patch as it is today. But she said specifically they wanted to highlight the fact that all four of the crew were professionally trained pilots, which is why the wings on that dragon are so prominent. And it's seen illuminated by, of course, the beautiful sunrise. It's focused on the ISS and its mission, but also sort of looking over Earth. The stars around it are red, white, and blue for the flag colors of each crew member's home country. And the brightest stars are said to represent the crew's closest family members and support systems. You also might notice, again, with the 10 theme, there are 10 sides to the patch, which, of course, echoes that. And then also the X on the bottom is their ascending and descending trajectory in the form of the Roman numeral X for Crew-10. And notably here is the crew's return, because it will be happening on the West Coast, which is new. So the SpaceX patch also highlights that as well. Theirs is just kind of coming in with like some palm trees and stuff. It's over the water. But yeah, this is going to be a new flight plan for them also. But I thought that was really interesting that with the AI generation, they've never had that before. And the crew patches are always just so exciting. It really highlights what's going on in their mission, and they're each just so unique and so beautiful. So yeah, that's the Crew-10 patch.
Very cool. As we come up to 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 30 seconds from our instantaneous launch time. RKR had a question at NASA spaceflight. They just realized this flight has both a female pilot and commander. When is the last time that happened? And Alicia, I think you're in a perfect position possibly to answer that one.
Oh my gosh, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, actually. Sure, maybe Alex in the back channel might know the answer to that, but that is a really cool thing to note. I know we had that very historic all-female spacewalk years ago, but I'm not sure actually of both being women in those seats. That's a really cool thing. Hopefully we'll see more of that in the future.
I'll just go around the room. Alex, do you know the answer to that question?
For shuttle, I'm not too sure. I think there were only commanders and pilots, but not both commander and pilot being female at the same time. For Dragon, I also don't remember. It's already like I think this is the 16th human flight on Dragon, right? And so it's been a while. But I do know there's been female commanders of Crew Dragon before.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't remember right now if there were both commander and pilot being both female astronauts. I think this will be the first time in that sense.
Well,
and Chris has come in the back channel. Sorry, Gene, and mentioned that shuttle had female commanders and pilots, but not on the same mission. So, but you know what has had all female? You know what has had an all female crew, Gene?
No.
The recovery crew out on the ocean. They have had an all female crew. Yeah.
That's right. That's right. And this is a job for our crack team of NSF researchers, aka Chris B, to go and research all of that.
Or anyone in chat too. Let us know.
Yeah.
If you happen to know, please tell us in chat.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Now, Alex, we do see some venting from the strong back. We're just over an hour, and here coming up at T-1 hour, we are expecting to hear lots and lots of chatter from NASA's mission control. What exactly are we looking at? Are they chilling lines? Why are we seeing venting from the strong back already?
Yeah, that's normal usually at this time. It's not the big T-minus 20-minute vent. They're just, when we talk about the T-minus 20-minute vent, they're chilling down the line that goes to the second stage. in this time, what they're doing is they're chilling down, from the tank farm up to the Stromback, right? There's like different paths for that line from where the liquid oxygen tanks are on the ground side, right? And then it needs to go through the subcooler, and then it needs to go to the Stromback, and then from the Stromback to the second stage. And so there's different paths, and what you're seeing here is that process of chilling down the Stromback. We've also heard on the callouts talking about cycling valves and also talking about priming the RP1 system. That's part also of this process. Well before propellant load begins, one of the things that they do is they open the pre-valves on the Merlin engines on the first stage, and they flow a little bit of that RP1 to make sure that that RP1 system is good to go, right? That kerosene fuel that they use. And so making sure that those engines are going to be ready in about an hour from now to ignite and then lift off with the rocket, of course. And so some of these things, we're going to see that rocket becoming a lot more active. Hopefully at T-minus 35 minutes, we're going to have that start of propellant load, but these are all the usual things that you see for any other Falcon 9 mission.
Julie, a question from you from Cameron. At NASA Spaceflight, do they still let photographers on top of the VAB?
Well, that's a good question. And the answer is sometimes. That's a tricky one because not all times are we out at the press site for launches as an entire media group. And sometimes when
Dragon
it is
SpaceX
offered,
for update
the
on the
weather
hydraulic
says
system.
other.
Ooh, update.
Yeah.
SpaceX Dragon, go ahead.
All right, we're looking like we do have a potential strong path to flight at this time, but we are still having those discussions across the SpaceX and NASA teams. We've agreed to proceed towards LES arm while we continue to try and close this action. Again, looks like we have a strong path to flight, but we do not have that affirmative go yet. How copy?
Dragon crew copies. We appreciate the update.
Alice, let's talk about that real quick. Strong path to flight. We do know they were talking about the hydraulics issue, but they said earlier that they were going to see if they could fix that, and they wanted to have it
We're
fixed.
cycling orbit tank isolation valves to equalize low flow pressure.
Dragon copies.
They wanted to have that call up before LES, which is the launch escape system, is armed. Now, it sounds like they're going to go ahead and move forward with that LES arming, and that sounds to you like what? It sounds like they're going to have that hydraulics issue. I mean, we're speculating at this point.
Yeah, every time there's something that they need to look at, they coordinate with NASA, right? NASA also has their own team there on console, and they discuss between SpaceX and NASA. And so that's what's going on right now. They do think they have a strong position right now to be able to launch today. But obviously, they're still looking through that. They're not committing fully because they need to look at all the data. This is very normal when these things happen. It's, you can go back all the way out to the Mercury program where, sometimes as you get ready for launch, some things pop up and you need to take some time to look at them. However, they cannot take all the time in the world because, as we mentioned before, this is a launch to the ISS and there is a instantaneous launch time, right? So if they miss that, they will not be able to go today to the ISS. They will need to go on another day. And so what they're going through is they're saying, okay, we have a point in our timeline, launch escape system activation, which should be in about 20 minutes or so, right? That they need to put like a commit or no commit point in that timeline, because once they do that, then things get a lot more active. And so if, for example, this hydraulic issue is related to propellant load systems, then we get in a situation where that could be a dangerous point. And so they don't want to commit to things like that if there might be a dangerous situation that they have not cleared yet. And so they want to go through that, get through all of those conversations between NASA and SpaceX. But so far, it looks like they are in a good position. They have talked to the crew and said, there's a strong case, right, to be able to go today, but we're not yet fully go, just making them aware of that situation right now.
And of course, we'll stop every time they have an update or every time they have a call out. I want to get back to Julia and talk about that VAB question. The question specifically was with SLS being worked on in there. I mean, you said, Julia, that it really
Correct,
depends.
SpaceX
Sometimes they do
4
let
decimal 100.
photographers.
SpaceX Dragon, go ahead.
We are continuing to track the hydraulics issue and will provide an update as we get closer to LES arm. However, at this time, you are go for section 5. When ready, report go for launch.
SpaceX Dragon, copy 4.100, section 5 in work.
So, Julia, go ahead and continue your answer about why they let photographers up there sometimes and why they don't.
Let's see if I can beat her to the punch. So the answer is that is also weather dependent. Now, as a content creator and photographer, somebody who may also be wanting to do video from there is another rocket stacking inside of the VAB right now, the SLS or Space Launch System. What that means is we can't even bring our cell phones in there. We cannot transmit video from there. But we can take still photos and videos saved to your camera. So in order to create content to share after launch, absolutely, and I would never pass up the chance to do it. At this point, though, I do not think it was offered for this mission. It is also dependent on whether or not KSC has enough assets to be able to escort us to
SpaceX
that
Dragon, 4.100 and 5.4. Crew is go for launch.
SpaceX copy, crew is go.
Alex, I want to come to you. There was a question earlier from Blake about the spacesuits. We see them on camera from inside the Dragon capsule. Do you have information on what they're made of? Like, do they offer? It's hard to kind of phrase this question. I'm trying to help Blake out here, but the suits are made for the astronaut, right?
Yes, they are custom made to their fit, their size and everything. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But aren't they made of like a carbon fiber material and multiple layers? And everybody who sees them for the first time are like, okay, that doesn't look like a NASA spacesuit. Talk about the differences between the two for just a little bit.
Well, I'm not too well versed in the sense of like the materials that they use. Some of them are also proprietary as well. And so it kind of depends. Of course, there are multiple layers, as you were mentioning. It seems like it's less bulky or like less protective maybe than the NASA suits or something like that. But it's actually a trick of the eye. When they actually doff the suits, you can see that it is a very thick suit and that there's many layers there. They just design it so that it, some of the zippers and the seals and everything cannot be seen, right? And so they have some flaps here and there where they are covered, those seals, and so that's why it doesn't look maybe as the other ones, but they are made of very similar materials. Some of them are even newer materials, proprietary materials that SpaceX uses precisely to not get better at protecting the crews and things like that, and especially because it's Dragon, right? It's not the shuttle, it's not Orion, it's just Dragon, and so these suits are also made to be worn on Dragon, and so things like they don't need to rotate their necks to look at the screens and things like that. So the neck is a bit flexible, but it doesn't have a joint, for example. Whereas on some of the the shuttle. The shuttle suit or the Orion suit, they do have a joint, for example, on the neck. So those things are different because of that kind of stuff. The materials, again, most of them are proprietary. Unfortunately, it's a private company, so they use their own materials.
And you can see them there. And of course, we saw on Polaris Dawn, the movement tests that Jared was doing outside of the spacecraft. This is not for extravehicular activity. This is for launch, and as soon as they get up there and they're on their way to the ISS, they, as you say, doff them. It's donning and doffing, as they say, their spacesuits. They just take them off, and then they change into their arrival uniform, if you will. I don't know how comfortable they would be. I kind of want to see. Oh, looks like Kirill's taking another nap. We laughed about that, Alicia, earlier when it looks like he's just resting his eyes. But I've been on many aircraft flying, getting ready for to jump out, and people are just snoozing. So I can understand just relaxing and taking that little nap right before rocket goes to space.
Maximize your time, save your energy.
Yeah. Yeah. There was a question about some of the experiments that they're taking up, and we touched on it just a little bit earlier, or some of the experiments they're doing on the ISS. And by the way, if you're just joining us, you're looking at live coverage or near real live coverage. We're T-minus 52 minutes and 30 seconds away from an instantaneous liftoff of booster 1090 on its second mission, carrying 4 astronauts, 2 United States astronauts, one from JAXA, and then also a Russian cosmonaut to the International Space Station. And I just asked Alicia Siegel about some of the experiments that we know they're doing on the ISS, and specifically some that these astronauts are doing.
Actually, over 200 science experiments that they're going to be doing on their time in the ISS. As I mentioned earlier, there's a number of human research experiments specifically geared toward long-duration trips. So studying how the human body adapts during long-term aspects of space flights. These are part of the CIPHER investigations. It stands for Complement of Integrated Protocols for Human Exploration Research. They love their anagrams there. But they're specifically looking at musculoskeletal behavior, brain behavior, cardiovascular stuff, vision stuff, all of these things that can relate to long-term space travel, and also how they relate to things like radiation and isolation, microgravity, closed environments, that sort of stuff. And so with those tests, they actually start 9 months before the mission, and then they continue for another 2 years after the mission as well. There's another one specifically on the brain and the heart, an experiment that they're participating in specifically now called Drain Brain 2.0. So again, it's the second iteration of an experiment that looks at how the blood flows from your brain to your heart in microgravity, because of course we have gravity here, it pulls it down. But they're using a device that can record the volume of the flow from the skull going down. Nichole Ayers, again, the pilot here, actually said she's super excited for all of this stuff because she has volunteered for a lot of it. She's going to be a human guinea pig there. They're going to be looking at things like her cartilage and her bones and these eye studies. And, really when you think about it, this stuff is important, right? For preparing for long duration missions to the moon or Mars, because these astronauts are essentially volunteering their body for science. This is the only information we will ever get on things like this before sending people. And you can't test for long-term microgravity here on Earth the way you can up there. So these studies and all of the findings of these studies are going to play a huge role in the future of human spaceflight someday. But of course, they also affect us here on Earth, right? But there's so many studies up there that have informed medical science here. So things like LASIK, research to help patients with osteoporosis and cancer and Parkinson's disease, for example. They have been doing ongoing research looking at protein crystal growth. Anne McClain actually said she was excited to see how they have advanced with that, because on her last flight 5 years ago, they were just starting off with that. They were just trying to see if they could even do these sorts of tests. And now they have been successful, and they are constantly making improvements to it and having all these big breakthroughs to make them more effective. So it affects us down here as well. So you've got that sort of medical stuff. They're also going to be doing some work with students worldwide via ham radio, and they're using its existing hardware to test a backup for lunar navigation solutions. Interestingly enough, there is a related study from these same researchers that was launched aboard Blue Ghost, which of course is now successfully on the moon, and it's helping to bridge existing Earth navigation with lunar stuff too. So you've got that. Then there's flammability studies. Again, I think we've been talking about this in some other streams as well. It's always fun to, set things on fire in space, right? How dangerous could it get? But they have the SOFIE MIST project. So this is solid fuel ignition and extinction material ignition and suppression test. It's a mouthful. That will improve fire safety on future missions and also contribute to just spacecraft materials and facility designs in the future. Something that Takuya Onishi actually is working on too. He's excited about working on. It's this thing called the electrostatic levitation furnace, or ELF. And this is in the Japanese module. He helped to set that up in his last mission. And essentially, on Earth, if you want to melt raw materials, you need a crucible, right? You need a container to melt it in. But that in itself can introduce some impurities into whatever you're studying. So ideally, if you can experiment in microgravity, there, are still some small movements that might make your sample, shift or bounce around. So this particular unit uses electrostatic force and lasers to be able to heat up some raw material to up to like 3,000 degrees Celsius to see how the materials can behave at high temperatures, and it lets them look at things like viscosity and surface temperature and whatnot too. And then of course there's the usual maintenance of the ISS, the spacewalks, robotics, and other things going on with potentially private missions that'll be going up there too. So lots of science. I think it's amazing that they're doing all of this up there. I think it's some of the most interesting stuff when we talk about these human crewed flights. And it's affecting us down here on Earth as well. So these are important.
It's important science that they're doing. And by the way, chat, you thought only Alex could give you a thorough answer. How about showing Sibelicia some love? Give her a thumbs up in chat.
I might not be good on all the technical rocket mumbo jumbo, but I know a lot about the human aspect of it. That's what I love about all this.
Yeah,
that's why
we
we're doing
appreciate
it, right?
That's right. As we come up to T-minus 47 minutes to launch this rocket, Alex, tell us what's going on right now on the pad itself. What are we looking forward to here in the next couple of minutes?
Yeah, right now we are waiting for a final call to go or no go for the propellant load sequence. Then they're going to be going to the crew access arm retraction and launch escape system arming position, right? Like that's sort of the next few steps on the timeline. So we're going to, keep listening in for those call outs on the nets and see what decision they have also made in terms of the hydraulic issue that they had been looking at. And so we'll just, keep our eyes peeled, our ears on nets, all of the things, right? And see what happens.
And everybody's camera, as we get up to that T-minus 45 minutes, we should start to hear those call outs. So that gives us a minute to talk about something really cool that's coming up on March 13th, March 14th, next couple of days, which is a lunar eclipse. And there was a question from RL 2025 at NASA Spaceflight, will the astronauts be able to see the lunar eclipse, or they will be too high for a good effect? Now, I don't know about the too high for good effect. I mean, it's low, it's Earth orbit. They should be able to see it. But I want to go to Julia on this question, because you've got some information about where this lunar eclipse is going to be, right?
Well, I do. Basically, if you are in the...
Elder Dragon, go ahead.
Hey, for awareness, team needs a couple more minutes here, wrapping up this hydraulics issue. We'll get back to you in about another 4 minutes or so on the answer.
Done, copy, thanks.
Go ahead, Julie.
Nice to have a timeline on how long. All right. So if you are in North America, the U.S., Canada, you will be able to see and witness this total lunar eclipse if you step outside. Now, it's going to be rather late at night if you are on the East Coast, but if you're on the West Coast, that's a much more friendlier time. I believe we have the graphic up for you. With that being said, do I know if they're going to see it from the ISS? I don't have that answer. I wish I did, but if you follow Don Pettit on social media, he's up there right now doing some amazing photography. And if there is something to be seen, he will photograph it. And I guarantee you that because of the project that they are doing right now, him and his son, one will be taking pictures on Earth while the other one will be taking pictures from the ISS. So I do encourage you to follow Don Pettit. That account will give you the answer when it happens, and you yourself can witness it if you check out this graph here.
Dragon, SpaceX, LD on countdown 1. At this time, we are standing down from today to further address hydraulic release data.
And launch control is going to pause the clock.
And there you heard the call out.
Dragon, we copy all. Spaceflight is tough. Humans are tougher. We'll be ready when the equipment is.
Yeah, sorry about the unfortunate result today, but we'll get you back up here and there soon.
Bummer.
Yeah, you heard Mission Commander Anne McClain. She said the crew will be ready when the equipment is, and this is part of it. When they see something that doesn't fall within their parameters, we want to have 100% vehicle
Dragon
to launch humans into
you are going
space.
to start 5.100 launch scrub.
All right, well,
SpaceX Dragon, 5.100 launch scrub and work.
I think she said it best with the bummer, because that's kind of the vibe out here. But as
Yeah.
Jean said, this is human space flight, and we don't take chances with that. And I'm happy to see that we are not taking any chances. So us and the crew will do this again when they are ready.
Right, and a
Absolutely, and
reminder,
there
this
are
was an instant launch window today too, so it's not like they could hold and wait longer in the count. It either went or it didn't, so that resulted in the scrub.
right, like
Yeah.
Alex was
There was some.
explaining with all the hula hoops before. And just
Yeah.
so everyone is aware, there are some backup options. So of course, you know, if it's something that they can fix, there is a backup option for tomorrow at I believe 7:26 p.m. Eastern, and also March 14th, the day after, at 7:04 p.m. Yeah. Well,
So
that's a bummer. It
you
was such a
hear.
beautiful night.
It really was. It was the perfect night for a launch. Sawyer was ready to go. Max was ready to go. We were all
I was
ready to go.
ready to go.
Julia was ready to go. Alicia was ready to go. Alex was ready to go from Spain, even. Alex, let's talk about that real quick. Some of the things that we hear over the net, they talk about checklists, and in the military, I was an aviator, so I understand the checklist. There was a question earlier about the checklist, about how many thousands and how big the checklist is. I can tell you this. This is not the question, by the way.
Dragon SpaceX
For this is for everybody.
3 of 5.100 will be there. I expect that you should be standing by in step 3.2.
And
Get a call
SpaceX
back.
Crew-10, copy. We are complete through 3.2, and we can give you 3.3 that we are ready for seat rotation.
SpaceX copies. Crew report ready for seat rotation, and 3.3 will report when we step into those ops.
There you go. So when you hear them say 3.3, 3.2, that's part of the checklist, and I can imagine how thick it is. Now, obviously, we're not going to be able to get that. The question was, how do we get it? I'll tell you something that's really fun. If you're a space nerd, go check out the Falcon 9 user manual. It is, you could just download a PDF. It is so much fun just to nerd out with all of this information about Falcon 9. We obviously can't give you the checklist. We don't have it. They have it. It's proprietary for them, but it is fun to read through that. So whoever asked that question, I'm not going to put it up, but everybody in chat, just go and get
Publicly
that PDF.
available?
It's a lot of fun. It's literally called the Falcon 9 user manual.
Is it
It's
a
not the
joke or is
checklist.
it legit?
No, it is legit. I downloaded it earlier because I saw that question. I said, I just started Googling, like, can you get the Falcon 9 checklist? Of course you can't, right? Because that's proprietary. But you can get the user manual. It's really, really fun to nerd out to. If you're a nerd like me, you can go and get it. It's a lot of fun. So, of course, today, we're scrubbing out today. They did have an issue. We want 100% spacecraft. And Alex, my question to you is actually...
proceeding into scrub site safing. Expect some venting from the vehicle ACS system.
The question was, they go through these procedures. We're going to see the ninjas come back out. We'll see them go through their procedures, open the door. From a ground support equipment perspective, they were already chilling the lines. Let's talk about the technical stuff about this. What are they doing?
Yeah, they just, roll back those the liquid oxygen and things like that they were already putting through some of the lines. It's rather easy when you don't have a fully fueled rocket, right? That's why they had that timeline up until the moment of launch escape system activation, which was gonna be coming up at T-minus 38 minutes. And of course, they made that decision well before that, to make sure that they don't go into any unnecessary situations, right, of potential extra danger that, once you start loading propellants on the rocket, that gets a lot more active, more energetic, and you don't want to expose the crew to that if you can avoid it. And so that's why they did that at that time. It's a very safe bet, right? And, that's one of the things you were mentioning, those steps, those sequences that they have in their checklist. They have many of those. And so, of course, part of that is also, okay, once a launch is scrubbed, what else do we do? Well, you have to configure Dragon for that. We've heard that call out, talking about the venting from the air conditioning system and things like that. Dragon now gets configured to a stand down mode, right? It's not going to go to space today. So it gets configured for that. Falcon 9 as well. All of the ground systems, the people that are helping, that helped the astronauts get on board Dragon now go out there to the pad. They help them out of the capsule. They open the hatch, of course, before that. And so all of those processes need to have their own checklist, their own steps. You cannot just be, waving your arms at the air and be like, oh, let's do it this way, right? You need to have a procedure. You need to have a training. And that's what
Dragon,
all
SpaceX,
of these
we are ready to
astronauts,
step into seat rotation. Can you confirm again that all crew are ready for seat rotation to upright?
SpaceX Dragon crew is ready for seat rotation.
Copy. Initiating seat rotation.
There we go. They're rotating the seats are configured in launch in their launch attitude, which is sort of lean back, right? And so what they're doing right now is those seats are going upright into their loading and unloading position, essentially. That's a very neat position to be at when you're trying to get into the capsule or out of it. It's a bit more upright position, so it's a bit more natural to sit on the chair, essentially on that seat, and then it rotates back to a lean back position. There you can see getting it a bit more upright. But yeah, so I was saying, all of these procedures need to be trained on, and that's why these astronauts spend many months getting familiarized with their capsule, with these procedures, all of these steps on their checklist, to make sure that they are all aware of the things that they need to do when the time comes.
Yep.
Also worth noting, along those lines, Alex, you pointed out the cars having to come back. It was exactly 20 minutes ago that the cars were seen driving right past us here at the press site, heading away from the launch pad. So those should be returning soon.
Well, and you know what scrub lunches mean? It means grub merch. So check out shop.nasaspaceflight.com in orange, in black, in gray, in blue. You eat, you sleep, you scrub, you repeat. That's what you do. So you can get some scrub merch for this, only available for 3 hours.
Limited time.
Limited time. When a rocket scrubs. So get out there, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Get your scrub merch. And you can see the astronauts unbuckling. Go ahead.
Just a quick question. So, Gene, you and I joined on a little after the hydraulics issue had been mentioned. Do we know specifically what the issue was? Did they say on there what it was related to? Maybe Alex, you were on earlier.
I don't think so.
I don't
Alex,
think anything said publicly.
But they said it was a ground side issue, right?
Something hydraulics related. I don't remember exactly.
Yeah, a pad side hydraulics issue.
Okay, I just wasn't sure if I missed it.
They were not very specific.
Got it.
They were not very specific. That they watched it and they did their due diligence. I mean, that's what you do.
By the way, I just want to point out they are heading back to the pad at this exact second, right past the VAB.
Nice. I mean, not nice because they scrub, but nice because things exactly because things are progressing, to get them out of the capsule and return back to the ONC building and whatever,
Sorry to interrupt.
Let's bring
I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you, Sawyer. Keep a camera on it. Let's bring Julia back into this conversation because the launch operations are affected by this, right, Julia?
They are. Sorry, I was watching the Teslas go back again. So yeah, regarding a scrub when it is a crew mission, that means that if there is a launch scheduled tonight, which I believe there was, on that Starlink, that didn't happen last night. Fun fact, the Starlink didn't happen last night because of a 24-hour rule. They did manage to launch from Vandenberg, the NASA mission. It was just inside 24 hours, which gave them enough time to do the data read that they needed to do before the kind of basically go, no-go for crew launch. So SpaceX did stand down from Starlink last night, which means I personally expect a stand down for Starlink tonight if they plan to try and go forward with this mission tomorrow to get crew.
Locks and fuel offloads are now complete.
Yeah, so to get this crew mission gone, we wouldn't want to launch a Starlink tonight because of that 24-hour rule. And that allows for SpaceX to be able to gather any data they need, and for all mission teams to be rested and ready to support this mission.
So it's going to be a short episode of This Week in Spaceflight, right, Alex?
I was thinking about that too. Because also at that time, 7:26, right? That's around the time that you go out and record as well. So I better get going with the script as well. Because
we don't have a lot of
otherwise,
traffic.
I bet I'm gonna be
And
here
for
as
crew
well in
awareness, there will be some
commentary.
additional tank venting here as we get back down to nominal tank pressures.
There we go.
They're going to hear the tank venting.
Yeah.
So it looks like Alex is going to spend some time in the writers channel on the member side, right?
Well, Twist, I don't usually do that because it's a bit of a quick, or at least we try to do it very quickly. But I could, in theory. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Personally, Alicia, I just want to see a blooper reel.
Oh, I have one. I actually had one from last year. I started doing it halfway through the year, I guess, or our episodes. Which, by the way, guys, we're coming up on 100 soon. How exciting is that?
Wow.
It's like the next couple,
Yeah.
I think, or it's coming up at 100. But anyway, yeah, I started doing it, and then I was like, oh, I should have been doing this the whole way through. So at the end of the year, we actually did show a few of those bloopers, and I don't have a lot. I'm very proud to say I don't have a lot, but no, I do have a couple that I've been storing up. So yeah, stay tuned. Maybe at the end of the year
We should do another one of those for the 100th episode.
yeah. My light exploded once. My cat did something. Like, just stuff happens.
That's the fun stuff that you get behind the scenes when you join us as a member. Bickety Bam joining us as a Red Team member. Thank you so much for that. We love having new people join the community. And of course, don't forget, get out there to shop.nasaspaceflight.com and get your scrub shirt. And the reason we say that is you can only get it when a rocket scrub. So this is like limited stuff. I don't have one. I don't know if any of you guys have one, because the only way to get it is to be with us, watching here on YouTube, watching with us here at NSF, and the rocket scrubs. Boom, that goes live on the store in a super secret store area. And it's gone very quickly. So, no, I did not, Chris. That's behind the scenes stuff. Join us as a member. Capcom and above, get that access to Discord and the member multi-view and all of the behind the scenes stuff. And I'm sick that I missed Flame Trench on Friday. I was watching it as I was driving home, and I saw the super fun setup with Doss and Jack and EJ just sitting on the bed of the truck. So much fun.
They looked like they were having a great time. That looked like such a fun flame train.
As soon as I saw it, I was like, I shouldn't have left. And that's why you shouldn't leave when we have Scrub, because we got special stuff for you. So just stay with us. So we do have, again, as Julia said, the Falcon 9 is. How are we going to get information on that? Where do we get that information from? Whether it's going to affect that or not?
I know how people can tune in to see whether or not it's going to happen. Next space flight, you can get that online or as an app.
Oh.
So if something officially changes, perhaps it would update on there. But I have a feeling TFRs might be the answer, to be honest.
I also have another place, because we have the socials as well. And so they are tuned into all of the information. So you can, on X, on Facebook, all of the different socials, right? They are tuned into all of the information that we look at, whether launch is scrubbed or not. And so they're going to be able to report as soon as we have that information. And so you'll be able to see that on the socials as well. And also on our channel, like if they are going for that launch tonight, let's see if that happens or not. We're also going to be live. So, you can also follow along on the channel. We're going to have our own live stream and all that stuff. So activate notifications, all the things that you usually hear from YouTubers. but it's true. Like that's the best way as well.
And this gets us, it's a 24-hour scrub, because this goes to tomorrow at the same time. Approximately 7:48. Where is it? I've got it on my sheet here. Yeah, 7:26 tomorrow. What was that, Alicia?
See, at 7:26. You're right.
7:26 tomorrow Eastern time, and just like Alex said, just hang out on socials, and you'll know when those things are coming. We pin all those, set
Usually-
reminders in YouTube, the whole thing.
Oh, I'm seeing that top right view, and
Yeah, I
it's
was
so
just
gorgeous.
about to say it's
Yeah.
so
Wow.
pretty.
I was
Yeah.
going to
We could have
say,
had
this would be a preview if this launches
Oh.
tomorrow, right? Then the
Yeah.
light you are seeing now is what we will see. Does that mean jellyfish? Maybe, maybe not. But it'll be
Still,
beautiful if the sky is like this.
yeah. Still
But also,
now it becomes
gorgeous.
to see.
they said the weather for tomorrow is also supposed to be like 95% go, right? So it should be
Hmm.
just
I
like
believe
this,
it's at
like you said.
90% for a 24-hour turnaround, with potentially some clouds rolling in, so maybe not as clear of a sky, but in terms of temperature and all the other go conditions for launch, we should be fine here. The ascent abort corridor weather remains a moderate item of concern as it was today.
Look at that beautiful
Yeah.
shot, the moon in the background. Such great. I love, not only do we get feeds like this, but also, Max was out there and Julia was in the field and Sawyer, you were there set up, ready to go with tracking. And are all three of you going to be out there tomorrow?
I was trying to see if that was our Starlink connection maybe going there or not, but yes, I believe all three of us are planning to be out here again tomorrow, Julia, Max, and myself.
And you see the astronauts still in the capsule. I guess they're going through their checklists, clicking on their tablets. We haven't seen the ninjas go back up. We don't know the procedure. They go back up. They have to check the pressurization in the door. They have to open the hatch, etc. Or has that already been done? Alex, I'll ask you that. We don't know.
The come again. I was looking at all the
No, that's
data.
fine.
Sorry.
We saw them giving thumbs down to, was it a camera or have they already opened the door? Have the ninjas already gone back up to the crew arm, etc.?
I was not able to see that. Maybe
I haven't.
they are getting there or something.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything. We know they unbuckled. They rotated back to their pre-launch position, and you can see the crew access arm. If you see one of the
Maybe
windows
it
go
was
dark, that means there's people running around up there.
maybe it was a thumb down of like bummer. We're seeing
Just
you again.
Yeah. A team. We didn't want to go back to Earth this soon.
We weren't expecting to
I
see
wonder.
you guys this early.
I know that one of the buttons in the elevator says to space. Do you think the bottom button says to Earth?
I actually hang on. Let me look it up.
Come on, that would be very. It doesn't, but that'd be very SpaceX.
Yeah, it says Earth. The
it does.
bottom floor it says Earth, and the top floor is space. Well, not the top floor, but like the one for the crew access arm.
That's awesome. I want to hit that space button. God, I want to go so bad. Come on, DOS. We need a NSF crew flight. We can just Axiom it, right? We just go. Let's go. We'll buy it. Let's thank some folks who've been waiting patiently. Bruce, thank you so much. Thank you, NSF, for enabling my spaceflight addiction. Well, thank you for going out to shop.nasaspaceflight.com and picking up something. Let's see what Bruce got. A scrub shirt. Yes. Yes, we definitely, Kevin is whispering in my ear, we will definitely have to have a fund for the NSF launch to space. That would be a lot of fun. Josh, thank you for going out. Hopefully tomorrow is the day. Also going out to the store and picking up, probably got a scrub shirt. That's what I got. I need to get a scrub shirt. Brent, thank you again. Also, you love the scrub shirts. Let's be honest here. We don't love the scrub shirts, but they're a part of what we do. So
there is the picture of the.
Oh yeah, there's the to space button.
And at the bottom, it's a bit dark, but you can see Earth there on that picture.
And is it the mission commander that gets to press that one?
Well,
that was Anne McClain who posted.
Yeah,
it, so maybe.
This was from Anne McClain, but remember they go up 2 at a time, so one of those needs to be without the commander actually, because they go commander and pilot first, and then mission specialist, or at least today that's the order that it went up. So yeah, when it's the 2 mission specialists, obviously the commander is already up there on the crew access arm.
The closeout team is waiting. They have arrived at the pad, but is waiting for a go to enter the pad to come get you out of the vehicle. But I'll give you updates as they're proceeding to the base of the tower.
So there's your answer about the ninjas.
Yep, they're not there yet.
SpaceX Dragon copy. Thank you.
We know they're not listening, but I just want to say, SpaceX Gene, your go for astronaut egress. I just want to say something. Come on. Samantha, thank you for keeping us up to date. Hart, wish I was there.
Venting from the base of the rocket.
Let them respond. Normally there's a response there. And Anonymous going out to the store, scrub shirt. Please consider adding more sizing options. Yeah, we'll talk about that. That's going to go to the back channel for folks. But thank you for getting out there and getting a scrub shirt. Again, we don't love them. We love rockets that fly, but scrubs happen. So it's fun to have a piece of merch about that.
Yeah.
Now, go ahead.
I was gonna say, you know what, Gene? You know what a scrub does? It does give people who maybe didn't have an opportunity to get to a spot to watch launch tonight a chance to seek out their spot for tomorrow. And we
That's
do
true.
indeed have a video for that, which is how to watch a launch. And it's your Space Coast team talking about excellent places to catch a launch and see it for yourself. So if you want to see the views that we saw and you are near the Space Coast, go ahead and check out that video and think about where you will go tomorrow. I will give you one disclaimer though. Playa Linda Beach is not an option, so you are going to want to stick to...
is on their way to the base of the tower. Expect them outside the side hatch in about 10 minutes.
Second copy.
Knock, knock, you have visitors, right? So yeah, I do encourage everybody to stick to the shores of Titusville, Max Brewer Bridge, and south. Personal choice for this one would be going to like Jetty Park or Cherry Down so that you can see the launch and the landing up close.
Huh. Look at that person on the screen.
What are we watching here?
We're watching you.
That's the video, by the way, folks. That's how to do a rocket launch.
Oh, these are locations.
Yes, hosted by your entire Cape team. Myself, you saw at the beginning. Julia, you saw right there. Max is also in that. So yeah, we'll get you covered if you come down here to see a launch.
And you can find that, just check out the video section of our YouTube channel. There's a lot of informative videos out there. I've personally watched all of them. And if you're a space nerd like me, you've probably as well. But if you're new to this, go and check out a lot of that stuff that we've put out before here at NSF. There's a lot of great information. More people coming in thanking us for the scrub shirts. It's just fun. I do want to, before I get to that, I wanted to ask a question, and maybe Alicia, this one's for you. Peter wanted to know, at NASA spaceflight, what do astronauts do in their day-to-day life when they're not training to go on specific missions? Are you the right person to ask that question?
I can answer it. I mean, they lots of training, obviously, but some of them, they also work in like mission control, and they are kind of correspondents with astronauts that are currently up on the ISS, so they help to assist in those operations as well. Yeah. Does anyone else want to jump in on that? I know they do not have much.
I mean, they usually participate as Capcom, for example, to the ISS. They help other astronauts if they are doing any VA or if they're doing any station science or whatever. They relay some of that information and they help people up there on station. As we were mentioning before, one of the pad ninjas on this mission, for example, it's usually also another astronaut. That's also one of the things that they do as well. Sometimes they have that duty as well of going along with the crews and helping them go through all of these process of getting into the capsule and everything. There we can see those ground teams returning back to the crew access arm level.
They also go out and do public outreach stuff too. So a lot of times they're going out talking to schools, talking to students, talking to future engineers, talking to researchers who might be designing projects for the ISS, and maybe come to NSF Live at the Intrepid.
I was just going to say, or they come to the Intrepid Museum. But yeah, also Takuya Onishi, who's one of the mission specialists on this, he, like I said earlier, actually became a flight director when he wasn't assigned to this mission or another mission too. So there's all sorts of behind the scenes stuff that they're doing to support other missions that are going on.
Which was a great team effort to answer that question, because a lot of us might have thought maybe that this is just a contract position and the only thing you do is train for that specific mission. But it looks like the answer is this is a full-time job with NASA and they work all the time.
Important too that they're getting to know all of the ins and outs of everything. And again, like Takuya Onishi, like doing the flight director position allowed him to have a better understanding of how to talk to the flight director, right, when he's in space. Because the first time around, he was like, yeah, I felt like that was a little bit of a struggle for me to be able to communicate that. But now he knows, like, exactly from that perspective what he wants to hear. So it's just being well-rounded and just, having experience in all the different positions.
And I asked a question earlier about who they were giving a thumbs up to, and I guess there's another camera inside the capsule, or it was just a team thumbs down, rather, not thumbs up, thumbs down, because obviously you can see the SpaceX launch crew going up. They're going to do those gas checks around the vehicle, and then they're going to, you saw them, they had that special sniffer where they check for certain gases, propellants. We know those Super Dracos are hypergolic, so they're very, very careful with those. And then they'll open up the crew hatch, and then we'll see the crew of Endeavour step out.
Endurance.
Endurance. Did I say Endeavour? Endurance.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I love Endeavour, but yeah, this one is Endurance.
Yeah. Sorry. It was
You
a
may
new
also
word.
see there, one of the first things that they do as they prepare is that you see that crew access arm, it's not fully flush with a capsule. That's because there's a flexible seal that then gets attached to the Dragon, and so that obviously was removed when they exited the pad area before, but now they have to reattach it as they try to get the astronauts out. So part of the hardware that you see that you saw them bringing in and carrying to the wide room is precisely that kind of hardware that allows them to be able to attach that to Dragon and secure it.
It's important we get the astronauts out of there, but they're going to go and recycle. Now they're still under quarantine. They still under quarantine, and then when they recycle, they do all of this again tomorrow. And a lot of questions are coming in regarding the Starlink launch tonight. Danny's just the latest one. I know Supersonic, I think, had a couple other questions. There's so many questions coming in about the launch. Do we have any word on whether the Starlink mission is affected by this? And Alex, I'll let you answer that one.
We were sort of thinking they may delay, right? Because of that 24-hour rule. As we were saying, NASA likes to review the Falcon 9 data from the previous launch before launching their own missions, either with crew or science missions or cargo missions. And this Starlink mission, therefore, will be within that 24-hour time. However, in the last few minutes, SpaceX has updated its website for that Starlink launch, and it moved the liftoff time from 10:20 p.m. Eastern to now it shows 10:35 p.m. Eastern time for tonight. Whether that's still on track or not, we'll just keep an eye on that. And of course, if for whatever reason they still are on track and launching tonight, we're gonna cover that. We're gonna have updates on next space flight. We're gonna have updates on social media, on our channel here as well, and everything. So make sure to keep track of all of that as we are still, not sure whether what's going to happen with that mission or not.
So technically that would violate the 24-hour rule then if they went with it, right?
Yeah, they had an exception for the SpaceX mission. If you watched that yesterday, people there in the chat, right? You might have.
The team is in the White Room. They're doing final preparations for hatch opening, expected in just a few minutes from now.
SpaceX, checking copy.
So yesterday we had that launch of the SpaceX and Punch missions on a Falcon 9 from Vandenberg, and that was less than 24 hours before the launch of Crew-10. But since there are NASA missions, they accommodated that like well ahead of time. They planned that this could be a possibility, and so they were able to work with that. Whether NASA may apply this to Starlink tonight or not, we have no idea. But, could be a possibility if they are indeed still tracking tonight, or maybe even worse, that maybe they don't even think that Crew-10 may launch tomorrow, right? Like, if they don't think that that's the case, then they will have plenty of free time to be able to launch that Starlink mission. But hopefully, knock on wood, that doesn't happen. We'll see what takes place, of course.
Something like a NASA science mission, though, I mean, SpaceX, right? Like, these are very specific windows of time where they need to launch missions, to accommodate, gravity assists and stuff, right? Like this is literally rocket science. So that would make sense that they would maybe make an accommodation. Also, I think that one was like just within the 24-hour window, right? This is 3 hours from now. Like that seems.
Yeah, we'll see. So just stick with us and set the reminders there. And again, they've moved that mission to the right just a little bit. So watch for full coverage here at NSF. Craig was so excited to see it launch from the backyard of our new home in Boca Raton. We'll look for ISS flyby soon. Yeah, I just wave when it goes over. Thank you, Craig, for that. Going out there, getting a one of our scrub T-shirts. Barbara also store message. Go, baby, go to infinity and beyond. Without you all, this red-headed Irish lassie would certainly turn blonde. I don't know about that, Barbara, but we appreciate you watching all of our launch coverage from around the world, and also our Starbase updates and our 24-hour live streams, and This Week in Spaceflight and all the other fun stuff and the other videos that we put out here at NSF. Thank you for being part of our family, and enjoy that scrub shirt. We were talking about the sunsets and all the the moon in the background. It would have been amazing. We'll see. Hopefully the weather, again, like we said, is going to be good for tomorrow. Michael, thank you for going out to shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Thank you for the great coverage. You're welcome. Thank you for making it possible for us to bring you this coverage. Everybody in this community is so generous, and they join us, and going out to our store and picking up some of our merch just helps in every way. We can't do this without you guys. Amelia, I don't want no scrub, but you bought a T-shirt. So she says, I bought one. Well, thank you again. I don't have one. I need to get out there and buy one.
Oh, look at that.
Oh my
Sorry,
goodness.
look at that shot. Oh,
Wow.
gorgeous.
Thanks for rubbing it in. We're here. We see the rocket, knowing it's not launching with this weather.
Oh my goodness.
You could put that on a shirt. I'd buy that.
You
That's
could make that
amazing.
a print. That's gorgeous.
Yes. Absolutely. That's amazing. Let's see, Marcin, thank you. Shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Scrub means more NSF streams. Yay. I agree. But we all want to see rockets. We want to see rockets go to space. We want to see science get done. Scrubs are part of it. And, it happens. Matt, with a store message, thank you for all the coverage. It's better to be on the ground wishing you were in the air than in the air wishing you were on the ground. I can attest. Yep, absolutely. In aviation, we used to say takeoffs are optional, landings are mandatory. And I've landed a couple injured birds. I know exactly what that means. Anonymous with a store message, good presentation. Good they caught the issue before it caused a real problem. Amen. I'm with you. I would rather see a scrub than an issue after launch. So they'll fix it. They'll come back. They'll recycle, and we'll send these astronauts to the ISS so they can do their amazing science. And Michael, also the store message, already had the cheese dip ready. So eat, sleep, clean bowl, make more cheese dip, repeat. That's a new shirt. Yeah, we should have that one.
Save it for tomorrow.
So as we're,
maybe.
Yep, exactly. God, that shot's beautiful too, of the rocket illuminated from the bottom. We know the ninjas are in the white room. We need to see a shot of them opening that hatch and getting the astronauts out. Of course, they're going to ride that elevator back to Earth, and then they're going to get back in their Tesla Model X's and then head back to doff, as Alex loves to say, doff their spacesuits or their flight suits. When we talk about this tomorrow, when they do launch. We talked a little bit earlier in the stream, but we'll talk again tomorrow. I did want to bring up that they are changing where these are splashing down, Alex. And we'll bring you back into the conversation because normally we see these in the Gulf, right? But this one, they're going to be holding on to the trunk. In previous flights, we see them, they release the trunk, but they've changed some processes. Talk us through some of the things that this mission is going to be different than previous missions regarding the trunk and splashdown.
Yeah, Crew-10 is going to be one of at least the first NASA crew rotation mission that is going to be splashing down off the California coast on the West Coast. Whereas, Crew-9, the one that's still up there on the ISS, that's going to be the last one that's going to be used on that Florida splashdown, essentially either on the west coast of Florida or the east coast of Florida. I believe now that they have one of the recovery assets for crew missions out there in California, they've sort of nailed down themselves to just have the west coast side of Florida, or off the coast of the Panhandle of Florida, mostly because back in the day when they had both on the east coast, they will have one in the Gulf and one in the Atlantic side. Now, however, they only have one on the east coast, so they have set themselves already for a return on the Gulf Coast. So they have that option for Crew-9. I believe starting with Fram 2 later this month. They're going to be launching that no earlier than March 28th with that Crew Dragon Resilience on Falcon 9. They're going to be going to a polar orbit. When they return, they apparently are going to be the first crew that are going to be using that California recovery off the coast of California on the west coast. So this mission, Crew-10, many months from now in July, when they come back, they're going to be the first NASA crew mission to return to the West Coast. They're going to be another private mission, Axiom 4. We're still not sure if that's going to be Florida or California splashdown, but they'll have that option for a few more months. There's going to be that overlap between the two options.
And of course, the NSF will bring you all of that information. You can kind of see some work they're doing on the outside of the capsule there. We've had some great photographers out in the field today. They will be hopefully out in the field tomorrow. Max Evans was out with his cameras, ready to track this. Julia Bergeron as well. And Sawyer Rosenstein, I know you guys are all packing up. Sawyer, thank you for being out there. What a beautiful, beautiful night for a rocket launch. We'll see what happens tomorrow. We're supposed to get some great weather tomorrow.
Exactly. It was an absolute pleasure to be on from all of your KSC Cape team here, Max, Julia, and myself. It's always an honor to be on, especially for a mission launching people into space. There's nothing like it. The nerves are always still there. And as you said, better to be on the ground wishing you were in the air than in the air wishing you were on the ground. Weather looks fantastic still for tomorrow, and all of us will be back out to bring you the views, and hopefully you'll join us for then. But I'll send it back to you guys to continue with crew egress.
Thank you guys so much for all your coverage out there. Really great shots today.
Yes. Thank you guys for all your hard work. And again, you know, you're hardcore space nerds like us. You're not going anywhere. When these astronauts get back, just roll over to Space Coast Live, and you can see 24-hour live coverage of the Space Coast with Fleet Cam and all the other cameras. And there you see some of the ninjas working. They're going to pull that. What did you call it, Alex? You called it a sleeve. What did you?
Yeah, that's the flexible seal that they're working on right now, trying to attach it to Dragon. And because they need the whole reason why they need that seal is that now they're going to open the hatch, and you don't want, that outside air to come into the capsule and things like that. It can contain particulates and things like that. You don't want that kind of debris to come into the capsule, precisely because whenever they go up in space, right, it's not going to be today, but on another launch attempt and they actually go into space and into zero-G, those kind of debris can get up in the air and float up to some of these astronauts. And so you don't want to expose them to that kind of particulate and all of that kind of debris. And so they're also putting some ventilation hoses as well that they're going to be introducing as soon as they open the hatch as well, to keep the environment cleared and conditioned.
It's such a privilege to have these cameras in these locations. I mean, Alicia, having cameras on the spacecraft is one thing, but having them in the crew access arm and the white room and just all over, the access we have, what a time to be alive if you're a space enthusiast.
Absolutely. It's exciting because it also lets us as viewers and as space geeks in on the fun, right? We get to see things like them playing cards and signing the wall and sealing up the door and everything. We get to experience the pad ninjas. Everyone prior to us never got to experience the pad ninjas like that. It's exciting to be part of the ride,
Earlier in the show, we talked about where they're launching to because they've got to catch that ISS. And Alex, you've got a video coming up talking about those trajectories and why they do things a certain way. Talk us through that.
Yeah, we have that video getting prepared, of course. But in the meantime, if you're wondering where things are launching to, we have a feature coming up publicly for the next spaceflight app. Maybe Kevin can. There we go. So we have this feature that is now on the public beta version of the app, of the next spaceflight app. We have publicly, we do have that part where you have they're launching southeast or northeast or whatever. But coming up, we have that mission control feature where you can see a 3D or 2D projection of the launch. So this is for that Starlink launch, still maybe scheduled for later today, right? But later in this video, I also show the one for Crew-10 that we just saw scrubbing today here. But there you can see that sort of trajectory that you'll be able to check out and sort of see where it is going, what have an idea where it might head to. There you can see that trajectory for today's, well, what was going to be today's launch. Unfortunately, it's scrubbed, but you can keep it close to heart, I guess, with that return of the booster. You can choose stage 1, stage 2 trajectories and things like that. That is a feature that is currently on a public beta. So if you're part of the Discord server, for example, you may be able to access that on the Nexus Spaceflight Discord server. Go to nexusspaceflight.com on your website and things like that, and you'll be able to check those out. That access to that Discord, and we have that there, being trialed. That's why it's a beta feature right now. However, once we go through all of that and we perfect this, this is also in partnership with Flight Club, by the way. Just so you know, we have that partnership, being able to get some of that data from their simulations on what that trajectory might look like, and so it's a very neat feature that should be public, maybe later this year for everybody that has the app.
Dragon SpaceX closeout team is preparing for side hatch open in just about a minute or so.
Dragon copy.
And there you heard they're about to open that hatch in just about a minute. So everybody keeps asking, people that have joined late, maybe they're asking about the launch tomorrow. They have a 24-hour recycle. It's going to be 7:24 tomorrow Eastern time. And again, you can just pin it in or set a reminder in YouTube, and you'll be able to watch that. So R3D Gaming 81, there's the answer to your question. And you can still send us questions, guys. We're going to be following these astronauts all the way back in their Tesla Model X's, and they're going to be in, when they go into doff their spacesuits. Danny Yoda at NASA Spaceflight, y'all have the best coverage and commentary. Thank you for letting us watch. Much love from Georgia. Yeah, thank you, Danny. We love it.
Oh, just want to point out it's 7:48 right now. We would have been launching.
Yeah.
Bummer.
That's okay. Tomorrow. They're going to recycle tomorrow.
Well, the day after.
Danny, we're all space nerds like you. I can probably speak for everybody here at NSF that we all just started watching the videos. We started watching NSF, and we started, feeding our space launch, space flight addiction. And now we are all privileged enough to do this, and we love it. I wouldn't have it any other way. So thank you for watching, because you're part of our family. John with a store message, had to grab one. Thanks for everything you do. Thank you, Sean, probably grabbing that. Let's see. Oh, I clicked the button. Grabbing the scrub merch, the scrub shirt. Again, it's only available for a limited time after a scrub, and the only way to get it is to stay with us here during these scrubs, because we're still going, and we're going to continue to bring this coverage. Billy with the store message. Thanks, y'all. You're one of my people if you use y'all. Thank you, Billy. Robert, thank you, Elon, for being an American patriot. Thank you for making me more proud. Thank you for going out to shop.net Spaceflight. Michael, store message just sums up my current work-life schedule. Don't pass it up. Amen. I'm right there with you, Michael. I love it. Rocket launches are a great life. And again, there you see them testing for any gases. You see them anything dangerous. They have to test it when they seal it, and they have to test it when they open it. And if you were with us earlier, they talked about how that seal that has to be perfect, because it stays sealed all the way through launch, all the time there on the ISS, through reentry, and until they're lifted back on the recovery ship, that hatch has to stay sealed the entire time. So that's why they take their time. That's why I do this so methodically and follow those checklists. Nicholas with an underscore message. Go ahead.
I want to say it was Crew 5, I think I was commentating on. And I think, Alex, you were on it too.
Yeah.
There was a hair. I remember this was like this whole holdup. There was a single hair in the seal of that door that like held up the launch for the longest time. It's that precise. It's that precise.
That's cool. That's part of the engineering. If you're a fan of science, technology, engineering, and math or STEM, that's a single hair, and they will detect it. That's how precise that engineering is for that crew hatch. Very, very cool. Nicholas with another store message. Is there any updates on the next New Glenn launch? I don't know. Alex, do you want to touch on it real quick? Adrian's not on the stream, so he would know.
SpaceX stand by for hatch open.
Oh.
Yeah. Here
they're
we go.
opening. You can see there. They're opening the hatch.
SpaceX Dragon copy.
Yep. That one guy with the torque wrench.
And then Dragon SpaceX hatch is open, so we'll be handing you off to the closeout team for egress. Sorry we couldn't get you off today, but we'll speak to you soon and look forward to trying it again.
SpaceX Dragon, we copy. We see the closeout crew. Great working with you today. Kudos to the whole team. I know it was a lot of work to try to get it to go, but like I said earlier, we'll be ready when the equipment is.
So we have an upbeat crew, an upbeat ground crew. You know, nobody likes scrubs, but as we always say, scrubs over ruds, and you know they'll get that hydraulic issue figured out. We'll try again tomorrow in 24 hours. We're going to stay with the crew as they head back to the ready room. There was a question in here I wanted to go through. This is a great question. Creative Bites at NASA Spaceflight. I'm not sure who to ask this. Alex, I'm going to start with you. Alicia might want to jump in. At NASA Spaceflight, will the spacesuits need cleaning before the astronauts get back in? Like when they take them off, they're in a clean room, but do they then clean the suits again before they put them on tomorrow? What do you think?
Yeah, they service those, and even when they get into orbit, they have a flushing system to be able to sort of they essentially air them out, if you will, right, and keep them clean that way. Airing out all of the potential stinkiness of the suit, if you will, because you can imagine they go up in space. Those suits are not going to be worn again until 5 months, right? When they return, and so that suit needs to be properly kept and aired and things like that. And so they keep it that way as well on orbit. So they're just keep them aired. Essentially, it's a different word, but I don't think anybody here will want to use that. But yeah.
So they clean them. There you go. There's your answer. Tom M wants to know at NASA Spaceflight, where are we gonna be able to grab these photos from tonight's launch? I'll go ahead and say not launch or tomorrow. That one went away. Obviously, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. That's where you can grab all of the metal prints from our photographers. We also have paper prints. You can get the posters. Everything's available. Just go and peruse shop.nasaspaceflight.com.
And there's still time to pick up the scrub shirt. Don't forget.
That's correct. Creative Byte says at NASA Spaceflight. Thank you. You're welcome. And again, it's for limited time.
Yep, only get a chance
Is that
in our secret shop for a limited time.
That's the ISS flying over the
ISS? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's part of Sawyer, right?
Sawyer, you are a master. Yep. Everybody wave to the ISS. It's flying over or flew over. It's going real fast, if anybody was wondering. Oh, something I didn't mention is the tote bag. The whole TPS tote bag. That's everybody's been loving the TPS tote bag. I forgot to mention that. Let's see. Alicia, you talked earlier about the science and what when the astronauts come back from the ISS, do they and this might be a silly question, but they downlink the data from the experiments, but that physical, like if there's a piece or a part or a 3D printed something or other, do they throw those away? Do they bring them back on in the Crew Dragon when it splashes down? I mean, we have to bring that stuff back, right?
Yeah, it depends on the experiment, I would say. If they're burning something up, they probably, there's cameras, for example, in the ELF thing I was talking about with the electromagnetic ways of being able to levitate it and everything. So they probably, do a lot of their experiments and gather that data and downlink it in real time. But for something like blood samples or something like that, or, just any sort of medical research and stuff, yeah, I would imagine that also would come back as well, so that they can compare things. I think it really is just going to depend on the experiment, what the operations for the experiment are.
One of the things they do in the ISS is they can actually do experiments outside the space station without actually an EVA. They have like a science port, right, where they can work on something inside in the module, then they seal it up and they stick it out these are, I'm not a rocket scientist, but they have the ability to stick it outside the space station to do science in space. They call it something, and I'm forgetting the name of it. It probably has some cool acronym. You're probably Googling it right now. But
Yeah,
that's kind of one of the neatest things that I see on the
purpose-
space station.
The purpose of the ISS is really, for science. We've been doing this for almost 25 years now, with continual human presence up there. And yeah, it's all about doing all of this research. And obviously the experiments have gotten more complicated as the years have gone on, and there's, different things that they're looking into. And yeah, eventually, when more private companies start launching their own space stations, who knows, like everything has been on the ISS has been like modularly added and made and brought up and had to be constructed up there. But it's exciting, the future of what these new commercial stations are going to look like. They'll send them up there, pre-outfitted with whatever these, new cutting edge technologies are that we could only dream of bringing up years ago.
And you could see the astronauts egressing their space capsule, and probably going to be heading down just a little bit. They're just, giving fist bumps to everybody, and they're saying what they need to say. They'll see Endurance tomorrow as they recycle. A lot of questions about that. Peter Robertson at NASA Spaceflight. When is the next time for them to launch? It's going to be 7:24. Is that right? 7:24 tomorrow Eastern time. 7:26. I got to write that down. 7:26.
I was going to say that's the earliest that they could launch, right? We don't know if this issue will be solved by tomorrow. This is one of the things that we're also going to be keeping track of, because if it's something that maybe needs more time, maybe they bring the rocket horizontal, for example. So that's one of the things that we're going to keep an eye on Space Coast Live, that, we're going to have those views of 39A and see if they need that, or maybe they just go up with a lift or something. We'll obviously take a look at that, because we don't know if they're going to need that sort of thing, or if they just need to look at the data for a little bit longer. And so, because of today's mission, it was going to be, it's the launch to the International Space Station, and therefore it's an instantaneous launch window. If they need more time, they have to scrub anyways, right? Regardless of whether having to access the hardware or not. If they really need more time, then the opportunity just fades away, and it's already gone. Like that was going to be 10-11 minutes ago, and obviously it passed already.
And Alex, I'm going to stay with you as a kind of a follow-up question here. The intent was that this is a shorter uphill trip to the ISS than normally from a Falcon launch. Do they have that same opportunity tomorrow?
For a shorter rendezvous, I actually don't know. It sort of depends on the date. Oh.
Yeah, good.
Okay. I thought I heard the kinder tone for the comms, but I realized that they are no longer on the capsule, so they wouldn't be communicating with the crew anyways. But yeah, right now I have no data on when the docking will be. That will be something that obviously NASA will talk about, and we'll be posting on our social medias and whatnot. But it depends. It will not be again another 12-hour time frame because of how orbital mechanics work. Today was just the day, right? That had that opportunity, and tomorrow it may be, I don't know, 24 hours. Maybe it's 36 hours, and so that'll be something that depends on the orbital mechanics. So we'll see what NASA says.
They missed that elevator. They got to hit the button again. I don't want to go down. I don't want to go.
Earth.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. So, Elisa, a human spaceflight question. This one specifically is.
Wait, all four of them just got in the elevator at the same
Wow.
time.
I thought it was 2 and 2.
This time. Look at that. And a Ninja. Sorry, go ahead. What was your question?
Ninja 14. There's a shot of those. Those are Model X's, right? With the gull wing doors. That's the SUV that they run them around in. Let's see. Yeah, human spaceflight question. This one comes in from Creative Bytes. And Creative Bytes TV, I'm going to go ahead and modify it just a little bit. At NASA Spaceflight, thinking of Sonny and Butch having been so long in space. Now, it's not really... These missions are planned and well in advance, and we know what happens to people when they've been in space. So the question really is, and this is for long-duration spaceflight missions, which, 6 months, 8 months, what have you. The second part of the question is, what physical and mental rehabilitation might they need human spaceflight perspective? Do you have that information? Do you know what happens to them when they come back?
What was the first part of the question? You said that was the second.
Well, I was talking specifically about Sonny and Butch of being up there for, 8 months now?
Okay, so the question being, what sort of physical and mental rehabilitation will they need?
Right, but really we talk about all astronauts that have done up to a year on the International Space Station. Just a general question of the physical rehabilitation when they come back from 0G.
Sure, yeah. Well, so mentally, they are in wonderful spirits. They have trained their entire life for this. They are doing just fine up there. That everyone should know that they're not stranded. They're perfectly happy up there. Physically, though, yeah, any astronaut, like you said, when they come back, there is definitely some time where they have to get used to Earth's gravity again. They've been up there, and the longer you're up there, your muscles do start to atrophy. That's why exercise is so important for the astronauts that are up there. They have to exercise every day in order to keep their muscle mass strong, because every day, we're down here on Earth, we don't even really notice the gravity that's pulling us down that we work against every day. This is just our normal state of moving and being. Whereas up there, they don't have that unless they're exercising. So coming back down to Earth, it feels so much, it's heavier for them. It's harder for them to move. And they have to get their muscles and everything used to that again. So that's why you'll see whenever a crew is picked up, after, splashdown, after they land, they take them out and they kind of like claw themselves out of their seat. They're really feeling that gravity. They'll put them on stretchers and they'll wheel them out, right? So like they don't make them walk themselves. When you see these Soyuz landings as well out in the desert, they help them out and then they put them in a recliner in the middle of the desert and they give them something to drink. It takes a while for them to get their bodies back to the state that they were today before they took off. So yeah, the longer your mission, there's definitely some rehabilitation they're going to have to do to get used to everything again, for sure. And theirs is a little bit longer than normal duration. These crew missions typically last, about 6 months or so, and they've been up there a little longer than that. So yeah, I would expect there to be a little bit more work that they're going to have to do just to get used to it. But again, they're veterans, they're pros, they are used to this, they've done it before. So yeah.
And they work out a lot on the space station, and I guess that leads me to the next question about long duration spaceflight missions. We're looking at longer and longer duration spaceflight missions. Some of the options that have been thrown out, Alex, I'll bring you into this conversation, are spin gravity, things like that. On any future space station, because we know the ISS has a limited lifespan left, and they're making plans to replace it. Are any of the future space station plans that you've heard of looking at any way of alleviating that gravity issue, or are we all going to have to, when we go to our space hotel, have to work out 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the afternoon?
Actually seen
Well, there
some plans for a space hotel that does use the spin gravity, but I don't know how realistic that is in the near time frame, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's Vast working on in the future having a big commercial space station that can work and have that sort of artificial gravity with the spin and whatnot. In fact, because it's a longitudinal, what's the word? Like it's a station that it's essentially just a line, right? And that line sort of goes and spins around and everything. Then that means you have a gradient of gravities, so you can simulate in some parts of the station Mars gravity, on other parts you have moon gravity, and then in the middle you have 0G. Whereas on the tips you could have Earth gravity, or if you make it even longer, then you could have I don't know, like Jupiter gravity. Of course, nobody wants that, but who can imagine something like that, right? You could in theory build a station something like that with that kind of gravity gradient. The first two stations, they're having the Haven 1 station coming up next year. Then they're going to build the Haven 2 station. Those two are sort of, building up to that future station, getting some of those commercial contracts, commercial customers, and getting the money needed to be building the bigger one with that artificial station. And recently, DAS and D went out there and talked to, tour the vast factory and everything. We had a 72-minute tour of the facilities of the station construction and outfitting, all sorts of things, of course, there. So check that out if you can, because there's a lot of information there about what they're planning, and really interesting. They build everything in-house. It's such an amazing company in that sense.
And I think we are working on a video actually of his experiences doing that too. So TBD on when that'll come out, but I do believe we are working on a video on Adrian's little tour.
There's a cool shot of them going back, leaving the Space Launch Complex, 39A, heading back. The astronauts, of course, going to take their flight suits off. They're not flight. Are they space suits? Flight suits? They're not EVA suits. What's the proper terminology for that, Alex?
These are intravehicular activity suits, so IVA suits.
And there was a question
instead
about
of
that.
EVA.
Yeah, the difference of EVA, extravehicular activity, are what you see when you see the astronauts leave the ISS. They're wearing those EVA suits. So these are IVA suits that keep them pressurized inside the capsule. The capsule's pressurized.
They keep them safe. It's just enough to keep them from a depressurization event, from a fire in the cabin, for example. They are also against those kind of hazards. You might have seen, though, recently on the Polaris Dawn mission, SpaceX developed a sort of, variation of that IVA suit or EVA, where, some of the materials on the outside to protect against micrometeorites, the differences in a vacuum between sunlight and a shadow. Of course, it's a development suit. It is not a suit that you will wear, for example, for an EVA on the ISS or a moonwalk or anything like that. They are just development suits. It's their first version of any kind of EVA suit. It still has, the umbilical to the thigh and things like that. So, of course, it's not meant to do those big 8-hour EVAs on the outside of the station, but it's their first step. It's sort of like going from Mercury, Gemini, and then Apollo and things like that, right? Where on Gemini it was also these sort of this sort of suit that was still attached with a hose and everything and all that. Whereas on the ISS they do have straps, but the suit itself has its own sort of environmental control system instead of needing to be fed from the station.
And that's also an important thing to note too, because every single spacesuit that you see, these ones that they're wearing today, they're like essentially like the orange spacesuits that you might remember from the shuttle era. They really just kind of wear them going up and coming back. But all of the spacesuits that you see today, whether it be for EVAs or the ones you just talked about, Alex, or the ones that they're building for the moon, they're all very like purpose built. They're built specifically for whatever purpose they will be doing. So, for example, floating around in space, for an EVA, you don't necessarily need the same type of boots, right, that you would need when you're walking around on the lunar regolith or something like that. So everything is built very specifically with whatever they will be doing in mind, in terms of, even like the range of rotation for their arms or bending at their waist or something like that. Everything is really thought out and tested extremely long in order to make sure it's as ideal for whatever they're doing.
Yeah, you don't need as much dexterity and mobility when you just strap down on your seat, right? That's why I said before, for example, the helmet, the neck doesn't have any sort of seal that can rotate or anything, because they don't need that for the purpose of the Dragon spacecraft and the missions that it flies, right? Those astronauts don't need that capability, that mobility. But if you see an EVA suit, they do have that, because of course they need to rotate their heads, being able to look at their environment as they go around on the station and things like that. Yeah, you're totally correct, Alicia.
And watching the pace of innovation, it's like seeing a computer that used to take up an entire room on some of the early space flights. Now we wear that technology and more on our wrists. So we'll see innovations in spacesuits and EVA suits as we go forward. And like Alicia said, these are purpose built. These are they have a design, a mission parameter in mind, and they design a spacesuit to accomplish that mission parameter. It's really interesting as you see the convoy go past the VAB with the astronauts.
Like
Go ahead,
you
Alicia.
said about the computers taking up the whole room. So one of my favorite old-timey photos of space stuff is Margaret Hamilton with the giant stack of papers that she, coded for the Apollo capsule. And it's like all of the programming that she wrote for Apollo. And now it's all just like on a tiny little chip. The stack of papers is literally taller than she is. It's amazing.
At the pace of innovation, we've seen everything launch from here, from Saturn V's to Falcon 9s, and going forward we'll see hopefully starships and more. We've got some amazing missions, and NSF will be there to cover all of it for you. I love this shot of the convoy headed back to the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building at KSC. Thank you, Alex, for that. We would have loved to seen them go to ISS, but they're on their way back. And when they get back, dinner time, right, Alex? Is that have some dinner?
Yeah, probably a debrief, some dinner and everything. Because obviously they're probably going to be informed more specifically of what the issues that they were working on. That's usual tradition that, you want to keep your astronauts aware of what happened, right? It also happens once they come back on a nominal mission. They tell them, oh, well, as you were up there, we saw this, we saw that. On your return, there was this, there was that we were working on. This is what happened. And, maximum awareness is usually a good thing for your astronauts, so that they know. Of course, they cannot do those long explanations and debriefs while they are on the capsule and getting ready for launch, but they can once they come back. And so that's probably one of the things that they may be doing once they return, apart from, getting dinner and getting off their suits and all that stuff, of course, and getting some rest for potential, maybe another attempt tomorrow. Again, that's the earliest that they could do it. Of course, we have no idea if they are going to be able to do that tomorrow or not, because they're going to be working on that hydraulics issue. And who knows, maybe they need some more time than just tomorrow. So check back whenever possible, and we'll be live whenever they go again.
Yep.
Don't fret. We'll be here at NSF's channel to cover that as it happens.
And I'm glad you covered that. It is no earlier than 7:26 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow, as we see them going to the operations checkout building. I had some more questions about the ship.
Played off, Gene.
I know. I hear that in the background. I'm trying to get Kevin. Are we?
We gotta wrap it up here.
Yeah. There's the rocket on the right-hand side. I'm interested to know what's going on inside the crew access arm. Like, do they leave it open? Do they shut it closed? So, again, we scrubbed today, guys, but no earlier than 7:26 Eastern tomorrow for this Crew-10 mission on B1090. Hopefully on its second flight tomorrow. But as Alex said, they're gonna check out. They did scrub for a hydraulic issue They're going to be checking that out. So stay with us on all of our socials. And Alex, thanks for all of the insight today. This was fun.
It's been a pleasure. Of course, not fully fun, right? Because we wanted to see this launch. It would have been a lot funnier and enjoyable if that were to happen. But you know, safety is always paramount, and we'll be back whenever they go again for that Crew-10 launch.
And Alicia, I have been waiting to do a launch with you for way too long. This was a lot of fun. Thank you.
Of course, thank you. Always fun to be doing these. Again, I love the crewed ones. There's just such an extra sense of energy and excitement around it, and it's a big deal to be sending people up to the ISS. So it's, you know, didn't go as we wanted it to today, but no earlier than tomorrow, you know, around the same time, we'll be back. And if not, maybe the day after, but we'll keep you posted, everyone. Stay tuned to the interwebs, and we'll let you know. And tune
our
into
amazing crew.
Weekend Spaceflight next week or next tomorrow.
Oh, you stole my thunder. You stole my thunder.
On Friday.
Friday. Oh God, I don't even know what day it is.
And our great crew out in the field, Sawyer Rosenstein, Max Evans, and Julia Bergeron with their cameras and their insight on the ground there at KSC. And of course, earlier in the broadcast, you heard Hagen doing a great job hosting. Thank you so much for doing that. It's a lot of fun to work with everybody here at NSF. We're just a big family of space nerds. We have a lot of fun doing this. Of course, we couldn't do it without the folks in the background pressing the buttons and getting all the overlays and graphics. The one and only Jay Keegan, and of course, everybody's favorite, Kevin Michael Reed. I don't know, is he everybody's favorite? Nah, don't answer that. Don't answer that. He's everybody's favorite. He yells at me a lot, and I love him to death for it. He keeps me on point. It was a lot of fun, and of course, we couldn't do it without you guys. We couldn't do it without all the thumbs up. We couldn't do it without you on our socials, getting your scrub shirts and everything else from shop.nasaspaceflight.com. So thank you so much for supporting us and allowing us the privilege of bringing you this amazing launch coverage. Go to nasaspaceflight.com, join L2, read all the great articles from our amazing writers, and shop.nasaspaceflight.com for all of our great merch. And of course, our socials there on the screen: X, Instagram, Blue Sky, Facebook, etc., etc. We're everywhere. We're space. We're nasaspaceflight.com. For everyone here at NSF, I'm Gene Rowley. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We'll see what happens tomorrow. And on the next launch remember, dream big and keep your eyes on the stars. Cheers.
And here we go. We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Roger, roll, planet.
Water towers fly! Yes! Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside FD off. Bring in FD off. It's orange!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage.
Look at this!
Put that in the big bag, Nichole.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
This methane will be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You dead? Sure. We don't need any more of these.